another episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight, the Carnival cards. So, last session. The Carnival cards confronted a trio of screeching devilkin. Their constant screaming led to the party being helpless to retaliate or even defend themselves. But, as debilitated as you were, you managed to discover their hatred for harmony using the singing stones to interrupt their discord, with a combination of your own rhythm and melody. This gave you a short respite to return fire and bring the ruckus to an untimely end. You investigated the rickety wooden shack, and it looked like it had been thrown together, maybe as a temporary shelter. And Tarquin, being the lightest, was able to actually tread the creaky planks without it collapsing. And you retrieved a rusty-looking harp. Rodolfo was able to deduce a aura of enchantment magic coming from it, and testing it with a pluck of its strings let loose an awful tone that caused Xaxx to even have a brief headache. You've still got to fully identify that, in fact, and I'm wondering just who is it who's got it on their inventory?
No
Can't
one,
remember.
because Solomon kicked it into the water.
Did you really?
Yeah.
No one held on to it?
We thought it was useless, so he kicked into the water.
Fair enough. Alright, well then that's sinking in the swamp as we speak. Moving on. Going inside the cave revealed the interior to be actually a hollowed out, dazzling moonstone. The silvery light reflected in the pool as ripples began to alert you to the presence of the Watcher. A long antlered serpent that looked as ancient as it did wise. It spoke in rhyming riddles, and each of you heard its echoing telepathic voice. And it said, Sarastes, the Watcher, as some call me. From Mother Zybilna I came to be, regarding visions I can see. Ask, and I'll answer 3. I'll grant you answers 3. And so, with this, you kind of debated which ones to go with, but the burning question that's been on everyone's mind since you arrived here was, what's an alicorn to be finally put to rest? They replied, the realm disturbed must be made right. A unicorn's horn will aid your fight. With antlered birds the horn now lies, as it was dropped down from the skies. And it took a while to kind of come to this divination, and even its own horn seemed to glow as if it was making a connection with these creatures. And you did roll a couple of arcana checks and finally figured out these are peritons, which are a mythical monstrosity, not normally native to the Feywild, but they are apparently here, and apparently they're on the tallest mountain here, according to their normal entomology. You also asked how to open Sir Talavar's cage. The cage's key is in goblin hands. On Telemy Hill is where she stands. And then you asked what the Hourglass Coven wanted. In response, you heard, the Hourglass's Coven's mind I cannot read. By Zybilna they surely set out to mislead. And this answer didn't count against your 3, so it seemed the Watcher was only speculating as to what they were really up to. Instead, you asked how to restore Prismir. There are many realms like Prismir, at least a dozen, until it was splintered by the Hourglass Coven. Realms of the Feywild are shaped by their monarch. The nature of things are dictated by their spark. So you understand this, or interpreted this to mean that he needed to deal with the Coven and put Zybilna back in power. Lastly, the Watcher spoke. I thank the kindness you have shown, but please do not leave me all alone. If one would stay with me, we could be friends eternally. And there was much debate again as to who was going to be the one to stay behind, with some of the party even volunteering, but ultimately Rodolfo managed to charm and convince the Harengon brigand Fyro to stay behind as sort of recompense, perhaps for his own misguided ways, and also as a way to stay low for a while, because it's clearly like the brigands are going to be after him if they know he's been telling all this information. And besides, if you guys were heading to Telemy Hill next, he said that he didn't want any part of it, explaining that the brigands had recently lynched the poor goblin that you were after, and they even tried to raid the hill, but apparently failed and ended up with some bruises of their own. Ulfgunk led you to a nearby Owell and told you that it's a bit of a gamble where you end up, but you at least couldn't be any further away from Telemy Hill, so you could only get closer. Tarquin's fear of water prevented a synchronized swim, and you dove in one by one. The water level suddenly rose and swept you up, spat you out in a new part of the swamp, where you quickly encountered some hobgoblin stiltwalkers collecting eggs, did some trade, asked for directions, and they said that if you follow the smell of sweet fruit and the massive mudslide tracks, you would catch up to the hill. So you set off, and on the way, however, you came across an eerie sight. A rusty playground with fatigued children playing on site. A maypole tethered 3 rust monsters and seemed to try and ward you away as you got closer. You sprang into action, splat the bugs, and snapped the pole, which immediately caused the children to come to their senses. They still seemed tired, and they decided to head home, but not before warning you about the sand. They also told you that a bullywug would come by to feed them, and you found the lunch boxes and revealed that there was 8 instead when there were actually only 6 children here, and the 2 names that stood out amongst those were Reuben and Sopig. Reuben being Reuben Sugarwood, the halfling that you encountered way back when in the Hall of Illusions. So confirming they have come through here at the very least. And that's kind of where we left off. I know I said you kind of ended on Telemy Hill, but I'm going to say that we can rewind just a moment. That's an adorable crab. All right. So you do see this massive terrain that's kind of slid across, like a tectonic plate has just moved along, and the scent of sweet-smelling fruit is in the air, and there's this damp, downy, silvery moss that's blanketing a gentle upward slope before giving way to a craggy ridge that marks the top of the hill. And there are dozens of enormous willow trees that seem to dot this hillside, swaying as though in a breeze, despite the actual absence of one. And you were looking right up to the top, and some of you could make out that there was an entrance on that craggy top, like a cave. And as you're approaching it, when suddenly the hill seems to shudder, and an incredibly loud tremor that deafens you, and you see the hill rise up, perhaps, maybe at least 20 or so feet off the ground, almost as tall as one of these willow trees. And it begins moving at a much faster pace away from you guys. This is perhaps just as you're standing at the lip of it, about to tread foot on that silvery moss. And it's on the move now. Like, you guys have to either catch up or somehow jump up. But the underside of it is all these gnarled roots that are the clearly the willow trees that have kind of spread out and grown. And you can see a load of mud and dirt being kicked up. But in amongst that, there are these gigantic feet that are just storming away, trying to perhaps get away from you guys. So, what do you do?
Climb on and spider climb up.
Spider climb?
I'm a spider.
Oh, of course you are. Yes, I almost forgot your Spider-Man. Okay. All right then.
And
So
I think was it Xaxx that was on my back,
Yeah,
or
Xaxx was
I think it was
riding
Xaxx.
you.
Yeah. So I'll just try to hold on.
okay. In that case, then I'll say the spider obviously won't have much issue. You probably just have to jump up onto one of these low-hanging roots, and as you make your ascent, you definitely go at an odd angle. And Xaxx can give me an athletics check to hold on. So,
Yes, our strength here.
so
Are you also at disadvantage on those still due to
you are. You're still
exhaustion?
exhausted. Yeah.
Oh, geez.
From the
Yeah.
okay.
Ah,
That's definitely a 9. Unfortunately, as the spider makes this upwards angle, it has to go up and over the ledge, and at that point, you're holding on upside down, and your grip slips, and you fall away from the spider, landing back into the mud and sludge of the swamp. So the spider is the only one up at this point.
Can I get up and start trying to chase after?
Yeah, you can get up from prone. You're just caked in mud, but I mean, you were already wet from the well anyway, so it's not much of an issue now. So you can get up. The others might have a chance as well to do something. So how do you all try to? Oh, I think so.
Tarquin is going to try to rabbit hop onto it and jam a dagger into like one of the branches, sort of thing, to be able to sort of hold on.
Okay, how high can you jump with that?
I can jump a number of feet equal to. I can jump 10 feet.
10 feet. Okay, so I'll say that you can probably jump up onto the roots, but not all the way up onto the top of the hill.
That was sort of. But if I'm on the roots, then I'm still being carried along there, right? Because the roots were attached. Yep. That's sort of what I was trying to do. And then he'll tie a rope to the dagger that's he sort of jammed in and throw that back to the others.
All right. Tarquin's managed to let down a rope, and the rest of you can use this as an advantage to try and climb up. But let's see. Let's have.
What do you want to roll? Do you want us to roll athletics or acrobatics?
I'm going to say athletics for this, first of all, because you have to run up and try to catch onto this rope first. And I'm going to say the rope will give you advantage because that's dangling down, and you're able to use that as an aid. So Rodolfo can re-roll. There's that the 6.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
And that's just a straight roll.
So consistent.
That's just a straight roll for me because I'm
is.
still under exhausted.
It is,
So,
I'm afraid.
Wow.
Okay. So, Xaxx, you lay there in the mud, and as you're trying to get up, you feel like you're just sinking. Maybe you've landed in one of those horrible sand pits from earlier, those sinking sand. But yeah, you're not having a good time, it seems.
As everybody sort of is going away, I'm just going to take out the stilts and put on the stilts and start trying to plan to walk that way and just follow as much as I can.
Okay.
How fast is this
Tanwen,
thing moving? Like, are we able to jog to keep up, or?
Yeah, it's moving about the same pace as you guys. So if you're even faster than 30 foot, then you could actually outmaneuver it.
Okay.
Tanwen is able to get onto the rope and begin climbing up. What was you? What about you, Rodolfo? You're trying to catch.
I'm trying to keep up, but I'm not trying too hard to leap onto this mysterious thing that I don't know what it is, and I don't totally trust it. And yeah, Rodolfo is a little bit wary about jumping on this mysterious.
I agree. I only did it because we have a party member up there, and I just wanted to make sure that they weren't by themselves if something attacked them.
Yeah, I mean fair, but yeah, he'll keep up. He'll keep up from the ground level.
Yeah, I think it's good to have some people down in case something jumps out at us.
Okay. Well, you got 2 party members up there now, and 3 if you count Telemy. So, Tanwen, you're holding onto the rope. You can see Xaxx is getting on stilts. Rodolfo is keeping pace, but not able to grab a hold of it. It seems as though this massive shuddering continues as the entire hill has got up and is running. The spider. Did you want to? We'll go back around to you.
Yeah.
Spider-Mon. Did you want to do anything? With your movement, you could easily have got to the very top. So you're on the You're on the
Yeah.
actual hill itself now.
I'm on the top, but there's not really much I can do. Unless I
No?
jump
I'd
back
like-
off.
Can you let down a spider web, like a single strand of spider web?
Flare-wise, yes. In terms of actual abilities, no.
No. Okay. Fair enough.
Well,
I'd like to look
just-
around and make sure that there is nothing dangerous in this tree
Mm,
that's about to jump us.
okay.
Is there
You can
any
give me a quick perception check.
is
Alright.
there any like long routes that are from up here that I can push down or something? Or
On the top, it actually seems quite pristine. You've got like this beautiful silvery moss that's just covering the entire hill. The willow trees are still kind of swaying back and forth, but there doesn't seem to be any roots at the top. They seem to be all planted into the earth quite neatly.
so I don't get spotted, then I'm gonna lay spider flat in the moss because I'm like all icy and stuff.
Okay, sure.
I'll try and
And Tanwen,
stealth.
as you give a cautionary look, especially to the underside where there's plenty of hiding places within the roots, you don't see anything hiding or even anything dangerous. The roots seem pretty much like normal. There's nothing corrupted or spiky about them. They're just roots.
Okay.
Okay, so Xaxx, up on your stilts now, you're actually able to keep pace because you're moving through the swamp very easily. The entire hill continues to move, trying to get away from both Rodolfo and Xaxx, it seems.
Is it at all clear what it's moving towards, or like I'm really having a hard time picturing what is going on here. So it's
Okay,
just
let me,
it's just moving very quickly. But is it like a creature or is it a hill? Is it
Let me show you on
sentient? Yeah.
If I show you on the actual hither map, you'll get a better idea of what the hell this thing is. Okay.
Ah.
There
Wow.
we go. Does that get a better picture in your head? This hill has literally got enormously gigantic legs and has lifted itself up and is running.
Right.
So
Right. Okay.
this is the
All
kind of
right.
image we're dealing with. And it felt like it only did this the moment you guys got close, as if it was alerted to your presence somehow the moment you try to get up onto the pathway.
Okay.
But you don't see
So-
anyone who's like as a lookout. You don't see anything that spotted you.
So it sounds like we need to get Xaxx and Rodolfo up into the tree with us. So
Yeah.
maybe it will settle down.
Or maybe you can talk to it and
I was
Why am I-
literally thinking that.
talk to it and see if it'll just stop, so we can get on.
Considering Feywild, I'll try Sylvan. Telemy
Okay.
Hill, would you mind stopping a moment so we can get on? We want to talk with the people who live here.
Give me a persuasion check. Oh my god!
Wow.
Double nat ones.
Yeah. Not very
you-
persuasive.
And perhaps there's a reason why. I mean, story-wise, it makes perfect sense. But I'll reveal that later. But for now, it seems as soon as you show your face, your ears, it seems as though the Telemy Hill picks up pace. It feels like it's moving as fast as it possibly can now, even lilting to one side.
Shouldn't have had the rabbit do it. It doesn't like rabbits.
And you recall information that if Telemy Hill had been recently raided by Harengon, the sight of one is going to spur them into action for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
The rope that had been sort of cast down, is that still within grasp? Is it like
Yeah.
will we be able to reach
It
out?
is. It's 50 foot and it's more than enough. In fact, it's probably dragging across the mud.
Can I just like I'll kind of wave to Xaxx and kind of gesture at it, and then I'm gonna grab onto it with both arms and just like not try to climb, but just try to hang on.
Okay. This time I'm going to ask for a flat roll, as it seems to be moving even with quicker pace.
Okay.
So just a flat roll this time. An 8. Ooh, wait.
Oh, sorry. Oh, both times.
Okay, so you grab it, but you don't
Still
find
nothing.
any way to climb up, as it's moving faster than what you could probably climb. You're instead holding onto it and being dragged along through the swamp.
Yeah.
Just face
yeah.
first in the dirt.
Can I pull at the rope to see if I can pull Rodolfo up? I mean, if Rodolfo holds
Yes.
on. Okay.
You can give
So-
me an athletics check as well.
All right.
$14, not bad. You actually do start to pull the rope, and it's going to take a whole turn because it's 50-foot of rope. You've got to pull them at least 20 feet. But
Okay.
We're so bad.
Rodolfo, hang on. I'm trying to pull you up. Just hold
Okay,
on.
yes. Thank you. Just I'm pretending this isn't happening. Wonderful.
Your poor
This is
buttons. Your poor outfit.
it's irredeemable at this point. No
You're
tailor
definitely
in the
making
world will
progress.
accept me. It's disgrace. But yeah, I'll hang like I'm clinging on like a koala, like arms and legs, and just like eyes closed, going, "Please get me out of here."
Right. In that case, then you're making good progress. Within the next turn, Rodolfo will be up and in the roots with you guys, and will have made most of the ascent. Just Xaxx left down here.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try to find attach myself to the rope or try to get somewhere that's a little safer than I was before, and try to try one last time to get up.
I'll say that also with the stilts, that you're as tall as some of the lowest roots, so you could actually, without even using the rope, you could actually grab onto those as well.
Oh, that's
See
cool.
if it works.
Do not leave
Okay.
the stilts behind. Don't forget.
Well, they're attached to my feet, so that's okay.
Okay.
All right. For you, using the stilts and being much taller, and also because you're moving as fast as Telemy here, I'm just going to ask for. Actually, you can go with advantage, which will be flat. So you can go with just a flat athletics check.
Flat athletics.
Mm-hmm. Given the fact you get height and speed. Oh my lord.
nope,
Okay.
nope.
All right. This is an option for you. Because
Okay,
it's obviously.
I'm just gonna keep walking behind. I'm just gonna keep pace.
All right.
And don't worry. Eventually, it will stop. I'll just keep pace.
Okay. I was going to offer you a deal, and that is that you could grab onto it, but you would lose the stilts.
Nope, I'm
In-
keeping
No,
still.
Okay.
no.
He wants
Okay.
the stilts. All right. You're just going to have to keep pace for the time being then. As telling me he'll continue to march on. Xaxx isn't going further away. He's not getting any closer. He's just alongside it. So
A bit of cardio for the morning.
Yeah. Tarquin is going to once again try calling out to the hill, but this time.
Tarquin, maybe we shouldn't have you do it.
To be honest,
Maybe
if
we
I'm here and they realize I'm associated, I kind of have to prove that I'm not a threat. Otherwise, I might as well just jump off now and just let you guys go ahead.
Well, this is a fair point.
Valid.
But Rodolfo will shout out. My friend the rabbit, he's not a brigand. He's not with those other horrible creatures. He's a nice one.
Yeah.
He's kind of flustered and dirty and mud covered and not feeling his best.
Yeah,
But he's gonna try and make a persuasion check
Yeah.
that just that you're not associated with the
Yeah.
brigands.
Tarquin will add to that and say, with the likes of Agdon, I am not friends, yet for those bastard hares, I would like to make amends.
Hmm.
you can give me a persuasion check.
Nice.
Can Rodolfo roll it?
Rodolfo's the one making it.
Yeah. I'm just
Yeah.
doing what
You're
I can
just
to-
cancelling out the. You're cancelling out the disadvantage.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It is flat because before the natural double net ones were definitely enough to make it alerted to you. weary.
Yes,
But
leave it to the warlock.
something can hear you, obviously, because it reacted to your last speech in Sylvan. And just checking, Rodolfo, you can speak
But that's
Sylvan,
true.
right?
I can't actually speak
Oh,
Sylvan. No.
okay, 1 second.
I'm
Let me just
shouting
check.
out in common.
Okay, let me check
Yeah.
something. Yeah, okay, all right. Continue. Roll that persuasion check.
I can. Okay, awesome. Persuasion. Come on, baby.
15 is not bad.
It's not
Okay.
bad. I'll take it.
You suddenly see the swaying willows all kind of stop in one motion as though the hill itself has stopped, and you all kind of lurch forward. Perhaps some of you holding on still at the very bottom, but nonetheless, it seemed as though the hill has stopped. Perhaps to listen, perhaps to regard what you had to say, but in any case, it hasn't sat back down yet. It's just stopped.
So
Everything goes very silent.
So Rodolfo will kind of pat the ground or pat the greenery near him, as if he's kind of saying hello. And he's going to say, I know you have been through a lot. Things are very difficult right now. We are trying to fix Cresmere and bring nature back into balance the way things could be. Uh, if you would like to help us, that is great. But if not, just let us pass in peace, and we will not harm you, and we will do our best to bring things back to the way they were. You understand? I do not know what things a hill may want, but if you are a creature of this land, I think perhaps this recent changes is not to your liking. So this we will try to fix. We are trying to fix for you. And yeah, that's where we are.
The scent of sweet-smelling fruit once again fills the air, and although the hill has come to a stop, you still see there's sort of a swaying to the willows, but nonetheless, it remains quite silent, and there doesn't seem to be any response to this.
I'm gonna take the sweet smell as a good sign.
I agree with you. I
And
think that this is a very good sign.
yeah, and I will say, you have certainly noticed this swampiness is very new. Yes, does this bother you? The swamp? It is a little bit too much moisture for most hills. I know willows like rivers usually, but where I am from, clean rivers with clean water, not this swampy, filthy smelling mess. Well, this he's like, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I don't
At
know.
this point, you
Player
realize,
doesn't know what to say, but presumably the character does.
yeah,
Sorry,
that's
it's been a
fine.
long
It
morning.
seems at this point, perhaps Rodolfo catches themselves. They realize they are literally talking to a tree. It feels as though the lack of response may have may have meant that. I mean, you could roll an insight check just based on the scent, if that's
Yeah,
what
maybe.
might help.
Yeah, let's try
Go ahead.
that. Insight.
While she's rolling, I'd like to ask a question. If I cast Speak with Animals as a ritual while she's working on that, can I talk to our Spider-Man? Or I don't know.
You
The
you can
wild
cast
shape.
that.
It
I don't
so
think it's a ritual that you can cast as. I don't think rangers have ritual casting. Correct me if I'm wrong. But you can cast it,
it
and
says it's a ritual in my spell book.
yes,
Yeah, but
but
that's
using
just
the
because it
ritual
is a
casting.
ritual spell. You might not have the ritual casting feature.
That's right.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. But if I cast that, can I talk to our Spider-Man?
Uh,
Just because I don't like one of our party not being able to talk to us.
you
But
can, but I'll also give
okay,
you an extra. I'll also give you an option to roll something as well. You can roll a nature check. This is a very low DC, but just go ahead and give me one of those as well, Tanwen.
okay.
Back to you, Rodolfo, though. You can definitely tell that sweet smelling scent is perhaps a sort of expression of maybe truce, but the stillness and lack of
Mm.
response thereafter
Hmm.
perhaps indicates that this thing is still very wary of you, and the fact that it hasn't sat back down into the earth
Yeah.
means it is perhaps on
Okay.
guard.
Okay.
Um, there is still the threat that it could just shake you off of it at any time, but it's remaining still, perhaps just to remain as a truce. But
To give us a chance to speak, maybe, is what I'm hoping.
but I will also say that if they wanted to stop you, then the path ahead might have perhaps closed up, or you would have seen something perhaps try to bar your way. You've actually witnessed roots and vines grow up from the ground. You've seen swarms of flies. Another moment, it seems very just still and motionless.
Okay.
So it seems as a
Uh,
neutral.
yeah. So he'll say, do you have a way to show us if what you want from us or from the world in general? We are here to try and write things, but if we can help you, if we can be of service, of course, we would like to do this. We are all friends here. We certainly will not harm you. We certainly want to bring things back to the balance of the perfect nature,
Sorry.
and we will let you choose.
Hmm.
But if you could allow our friend to join us, just so we are all together, we would be a kindness,
Okay.
and we'll wait for the hill's response.
You can give me a perception check, and whilst that's going on, I'll say to Tanwin, with a 19, you'd understand that a spider can easily create web, and you'd also know that this isn't just a spider-minded creature. It is Rodolfo. Sorry, it is Solomon, just in the form of a spider. They're not as dumb as a spider would be, so they
Um,
could actually use their web to basically form letters and write with the web.
Okay. So they can't in the wild shape. They cannot talk back to us except by the web, but they can understand
no.
everything we're saying, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just had to ask because I've
That's
not
fine.
played with a druid before.
But also, you would absolutely be able to speak with them fully if you can't speak with animals. But
Mm,
with that nature roll, you could actually save yourself the spell slot and
I'll
just
save them.
indicate and like try to tell Spider-Man here to use their web to instead talk, because that's totally feasible.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Rodolfo, you got a 17.
17.
Okay, it's as you ask, like, is there a way in which you can respond? Is when you swear you see the branches of the willow again kind of move, and it was only slight, but again, there's no breeze in this
Hmm.
area.
So,
You could have swore you saw one of the trees move.
So, shall we say one sway for yes, two sways for no? Sway 3 times if you agree. And yeah, we'll wait to see what it does.
It seems as though it's perhaps waiting to see what you do instead.
Oh,
But as there is no other response from these trees, it's
Hmm.
almost as if you caught them with that 17. Caught them as you're saying, like, is there a way for you to express yourself?
Huh.
It's almost as if they involuntarily swayed. They weren't doing it to get your attention. They sort of did it out of the corner of your eye. But
Okay. Um. I'll
what,
say to.
what I will
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So I will say though, is Xaxx being it as it has stopped now, you catch up to it. Did you still want to try and ascend?
Does it look like it's as difficult as it was before, or is it like same?
It is, but you could still climb up using the roots from the
All right,
bottom here.
things are a little steady
just-
now. Let's
You just haven't got the risk of losing your stilts in the swamp this time.
nope. I'm
Unless
staying
anyone
on the
else,
ground.
unless someone wants to help Xaxx get up, it's very
I
difficult
don't
for him to
really
climb
have
up.
the strength.
I'm not good at climbing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very good at stealth. I'm not good at climbing.
Yep.
Tarquin will call out in Sylvan because it makes the most sense. Am I okay to climb up? I will place any weapons I have down as soon as I do.
Mm.
Basically saying I'm not here for a fight. I'm going to place any weapons I have down to show I come in peace, sort of thing.
Yeah, make me a persuasion check.
God, I hate this disadvantage.
Yeah. Right, so
That rolled with advantage rather than disadvantage, so it would be a 7.
7. There isn't really a response. It's either giving you the silent treatment or it can't speak at all. But in any case, there doesn't seem to be anything stopping you.
Yeah. Tarquin is gonna just slowly. Are we sort of, because obviously we've hopped on through the dagger to attach the rope to? Are we sort of on like a setting platform which is like safe to stand on, or are we like holding on for dear life still?
You're up in entanglement of roots, enough that can support your weight. It's like almost like a pseudo treehouse, effectively.
Yeah.
But you could use the roots to climb your way around and onto the actual hill itself.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
So, and is that the same for Rodolfo and Tanwen as well now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're both all in the same situation.
Okay,
You're up in the roots.
So Tarquin will pull his dagger out the root, coil up his rope, and start climbing up.
Wait,
yeah.
Tarquin, before you coil up your root, do you think that we need to have Xaxx tie this around his waist? So if the hills takes off again, Xaxx at least is with us.
Oh, I
Even if
can follow. It's okay.
I was thinking once we get up top, we can then lower the rope down from up there, so then he doesn't have to do any of the climb at all, apart from on the rope.
Okay.
This is perhaps a good idea because I think I was able to communicate with it, but I am not sure that it is sympathetic. I do not know if it is curious or I do not think it is a friend yet. You know?
Yes.
Okay.
Tarquin will
I do not know how
slowly
to tell it
climb up.
that we do not mean harm.
Or we'll attempt to
Be
slowly
cautious,
climb up.
people.
Who's
I
actually
guess,
up top right now?
Just you.
Yeah.
Just me.
I'll try to follow Tarquin.
Yep.
And Rodolfo, are you gonna try to climb up out of the
Yeah.
roots as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and climb up to the top of the hill, or climb up,
So you make
up
it.
away from the edge anyway. Yeah.
That's fine. I'll say you make it, no problem. You've done the hard work, and with it being very still, it doesn't seem like it's posing a challenge. So yeah, if it was on the move, absolutely, it would be shaking and jostling you off. But you make it no problem. You're on this sort of mossy pathway leading all the way up to this craggy hilltop, and you can definitely tell from here now that cave entrance that you saw. It's in the shape of a keyhole. There seems to be a wooden bridge strung from one side to the other.
I'm going to point at it and go to Tarquin and say, like, You remember when it said that the key was on Telemy Hill, and
Mhm.
perhaps it is not a key, but this is the keyhole for it's a metaphor.
Maybe.
I don't know how this
But
this place works, but
the question is it it's a metaphor what? but
quite yes.
but Tarquin, now that he's up, as he said, he is gonna take off all of his offensive weaponry and hand the Tanwen, so he is completely unarmed.
Oh, so I could be offensive.
Well, the thing is, Tarquin is the one they have an issue with being a Harengon.
Okay.
So he's trying to show that he, as a Harengon, means no harm to them.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I will stash your weaponry around my person.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
It's
before
4
we go any
daggers, 7 darts, and a quarterstaff, and a spear, and a quarterstaff. I have a lot of stuff, apparently.
Yeah.
Good heavens!
So now that you guys are up here, I've been hidden this whole time, and what you guys now see is upon this field of silver, a patch of green. As a green spider rises up.
Hi. Do you think that you can use your web to get Xaxx up? We're having trouble with the rope. He keeps slipping. So I was hoping maybe you could help him climb up by making the rope stickier or casting a web at him and pulling him.
Sticky hope. Yes. This is genius.
Now that there's enough of us up here, if he ties the rope to himself between us, we can probably pull him up.
Yeah.
It's just now we're actually on a point where, we got a safe footing, as it were.
Yeah.
Right.
And you'd be pulling from the edge, not from the underside. So
Yeah,
like you say, it's a better angle. You're working together. You would all have enough strength. If you don't want to lift up, Xaxx, not a problem.
You good
So-
with that, Xaxx?
Yeah, okay, let's give it a try. Because it's not working on my own.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no need for a roll with this now. All of you together, pulling the rope. Xaxx, you're able to be airlifted up and into the mossy, silvery meadow that seems almost very tranquil up here, but yeah, definitely beats the swamp. That's for sure.
I can take the stilts off now. Thank you
You can,
guys.
yeah.
That's a little bit embarrassing, but
No,
I'm
not
here.
not
I'm
at all.
here
I
now.
think we are.
Before we go up and explore the keyhole, does anybody need a short rest? We had a busy morning, so I just want to make sure everybody's at full capacity and
Well,
strength before we head up.
I have no spell slots, but I'm at full health, so
And,
I think I'm okay.
And a short rest would benefit Rodolfo, but it won't benefit any of the rest of us.
Well, no, I that's the thing. I don't get any spell slots back on a short rest. I need a long rest.
I thought
You're a warlock, aren't
you're a
you?
warlock. You get spell slots on a short rest.
Do I?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's
Yep.
literally the one good thing about warlock spellcasting.
I'll
Why
come
did
back.
I not know that? I thought I didn't get back them. Hang on, I have to look this up.
Unless
Yep.
you're some
thought-
weird sub
No,
warlock that I've never
they're
heard
not.
of.
Yeah, whenever you have a short rest, you get all your spell slots back.
Oh, okay. No, in that case, did we not have a short rest at the
You did.
at the playground with the kids?
And if not there, then at very least much earlier when you were
Yeah. So you
in
have
the
five
green
slots,
zone.
Why
Yeah,
did I think?
we had a fight at the playground, so
but you only
Yeah,
got
you did
Eldritch
it.
blasted there, so
Yeah, no, I used charm person for the
Watcher.
brigand. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, all right. I guess I'll trust you guys. In that case, I'm fine.
Cool.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Then I guess I'm gonna pull out my bow and arrow, and why don't y'all let me go first?
I think going with weapons drawn might not be our best move. We need to show that we're coming in peace, as it were, because they're apprehensive. If we go in with a weapon out, they're gonna see us as a threat, and I don't like the look of those trees.
Okay. Well, I'm clanking, so so with all of your stuff.
Yes,
Mhm.
but if you don't have
So-
them drawn, then at least it shows
Okay.
that. See,
Okay.
the spider agrees with me. Tarquin's just gotta make the assumption, and then sort of. But if you want to lead the way,
Mhm.
keep an eye
Sure.
out for any weird vine traps or whatever, you know.
Okay.
Okay. Tanwen's in the lead. You can move your tokens,
Okay.
and as you work out your way up this winding, mossy path, you come round to a much higher elevation, and the ground becomes much harder and craggy.
Yay! No more mud.
Is there any sign of humanoid or rabbitoid or goblinoid activity recently? Like any footprints in the mud, anything like that?
Surprisingly, no, it doesn't. It almost looks completely untouched. I'm going to stop you right there a second. But as you are looking down at the ground, I suppose it's only fair that I give you a investigation check, or a survival check. Either one, Rodolfo. I paused the game. That's why you can't move, by the way.
Okay. What's better for me? Investigation or
Or a
survival?
survival check. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm gonna do investigation for sure.
Okay. 14?
14.
Okay. All right. One thing that does catch your eye rather, is there seems to be a large crack through the earth. That the only thing that shows a break in this tranquility. The rest of the ground seems quite pristine. You can even start to see a set of steps up ahead that kind of curl around to a ledge. But this crack, it seems ominous. That's all I'll say. And it's as Tanwen gets to stepping on it, in fact, that you start to feel a slight tremor. And I'm going to say, Rodolfo, you can give me a dex save, but with advantage.
Okay.
And Tanwen, you can just... Oh wait, and Aranox, I almost forgot there's a spider hiding there. You can also give me dex saves as well.
Okay.
Yeah. It did the thing that happened to James on Friday, and I couldn't get off the measuring tool when you
Yep.
paused the game.
Oh, okay, no problem.
I thought I broke the game.
Very nice.
13.
That's with advantage. 13. Well, you're in luck. That's actually a save.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so
Thank good.
21.
you would have been a fail for the other thing though, but don't worry, I won't even bother explaining what that is. So
What other thing? She
exactly,
asks, not wanting to know.
that tremor seems to let loose a large boulder above your head. That boulder, of course, cascades into another one and creates a miniature landslide that threatens to tumble down and crack your head. But Rodolfo, you're able to back up just in time as these rocks collapse around you. As
Do
for
I have time to
Tanwen,
shout a warning? No, I wouldn't, I guess.
it's just almost as if you looked at the crack and it responded in tone. Like
Okay.
it's almost as if it's sentient and aware of you. For Rodolfo and Tanwen, sorry, Aranox and Tanwen, it's much worse than just a few boulders. This entire crack begins to expand into a fissure that effectively threatens to swallow you entirely. But both of you are able to actually completely avoid this, as it expands. All of the rubble is almost like eaten up by it and just sort of fills the hole. But looking down, I don't think even your dark vision reaches the bottom of it. That was perhaps a fall deep into the very mountain itself. But
Oh, the poor thing. It's hurting. Oh, I wonder what made this horrible crack.
Is not cracks in the earth just a thing that happens when you are hill? I'm
Mm,
moving
I
here.
don't know, but
I mean, it
we
might.
touched it and it reacted, and I am so sorry, Telemetry Hill, if I hurt you. I did not mean to hurt you by stepping on that fissure. I am so sorry if that hurt you. I'm going to move away from it so it doesn't hurt you anymore.
Does it react at all to this? Like
the only thing you
apology?
hear is these kind of faint thuds and tremors as the rest of the landslide kind of fills the hole. But it seems to have come to a still quiet again.
All right, everybody, be really careful as you're coming up. Try not to touch the fissure or any cracks in the ground. Sort of the old children's game, step on a crack, break an orc's back.
The final push to the top seems to be only traversable by crossing this wooden hanging bridge. Unless, of course, you're a spider, in which case I can see you're already aiming to move your token that way. Yes, you could easily climb the wall without even bothering with the bridge, but okay. You come up right up to the keyhole, Aranox, and you're able to look inside, in fact. And there seems to be a very dark interior. Don't know if spiders have dark vision. They don't. But yeah, you can see there seems to be a small interior. The rest of you guys kind of crawl around up to the top here. Seemed sturdy enough when the spider went.
I have all of Tarquin's weapons, and I weigh the most probably. I probably shouldn't try that bridge first.
Yeah, I think we should go one at a time.
Okay.
I'm probably the lightest, so do you want me to go first? Because if it
Maybe Tarquin goes first, and then me, and then Rodolfo, and then Tanwen last.
Okay.
Tarquin will try to walk
Just
across the bridge.
In ascending weight order, I think.
As Tarquin tries to get across, just when you get about halfway, you feel another tremor shake through the hill. And I need you to make a dexterity save, Tarquin. This doesn't just make it difficult to traverse, but you start to see the actual hill itself almost stretching, leaning back. You can see the mouth of the cave leans, and as it does, the ledge is being pulled with it, and the bridge begins to reach a very taut bit, and then finally just the rope snaps. Like you're able to actually bunny hop onto the ledge before the entire bridge collapses. And that's all that happens. For now, it seems. But the bridge is no longer in.
The
Yeah,
bridge is gone now, though. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, well, we know how good I am at climbing, so maybe an alternate method maybe is needed.
Quite. We still have rope, but I wonder if perhaps the hill does not wish us to go this way. You know, maybe it was giving us a warning. Perhaps this is optimistic.
Tarquin, what do you see up there? I know you're on the ledge. What do you see? Is this something you think we need to go into, or something we need to avoid?
So Nox and Tarquin, you've both got an incredible view of Hither, to the point where I'll actually say you can see everything on the map. And when you come back to it, in fact, I'll go back to it right now. In fact, I'm going to just get rid of the Fog of War, because this has pretty much been the tallest point you've ever been on. Taller than the Slanty Tower, taller than the Queen's Way. And all the way up here, you can see the surrounding mist that basically acts like a wall separating hither from everything else. You can see a bunch of the Owells kicking up the swamp, and you can see a massive tree stump rising up out of the ground in the center of the tollway. A lot of the fog kind of still low. It hangs very low to the ground, so you can't see anything moving on the bridges, but you can tell it rises up from there. And finally, you can see all the way to the south. Sorry, to the northeast or west rather. My directions, people. Northwest seems to be another kind of section of bridges, but they too are kind of collapsed. And I guess all the way in the distance, that first structure you saw when you came here, it does indeed appear to have these large towers. It seems to have this massive palisade and walls. There's tiny little windows with light coming from them miles and miles away, but it does indeed appear to be a grandiose sort of palace or castle. But it's so far off, and it seems to be separated by this barrier of mists. So,
What do you want to bet that's where Sibylna's supposed to reside? That's like her castle.
Almost certainly, and it's probably at the centre of all three of the realms.
Yeah. Do you see how it's a little bit darker and different to the side there? I bet that's where Moongrave is.
Possibly.
Okay. I'll take you back to the actual map. You can even see Ufgunk waving from here. You can see his house from here. His little shack. Alright. Okay, so if it wasn't for your spider climb, Nox, you would have had to balance on top of the actual hill as it kind of twisted back. Otherwise you could have gone tumbling off. So with the rope snapped, it does leave like a rope hanging down on one side. It's not impossible to get up to the ledge.
Rodolfo is eyeing that rope kind of apprehensively. Like, he's not super eager
Yeah.
to give this a try. Climbing has not gone very well in the past.
Tarquin, what do you see inside that keyhole?
I'll have a look. I'm assuming I can climb up easily enough to look.
Yeah, when I said the rope snapped, I said with that deck save, you got enough to actually jump on the right ledge. You're fine.
Okay.
You could easily walk through.
I will have a look inside and see what my rabbit eyes see.
Okay, you can actually see there seems to be a square-like cave chamber. It's not natural. It's obvious someone has sort of dug their way through and into it. And there seems to be a message carved onto the ground as well. It's actually they're not carved, but rather like I guess they're little pebbles that have been pushed into the ground. So they read, "May every door find its key."
There's a message. May every door find its key.
And then, as your eyes finally adjust, you actually notice there is a set of stairs at the back of the chamber leading down and to the left.
There's also some stairs.
Okay. Maybe don't go down the stairs until more of us get up there.
Wasn't planning to.
All right.
Spider
Tarquin
Nox, can you ferry us up at all?
Yes, you can do that. Thumbs up. A little spider thumbs up. All right. So one by one, you're ferried up. No problem.
You know, I thought this would be unpleasant, but it's actually fairly comfortable. Thanks you, Nox. Oh, Solomon or whoever is leading the spider thing.
Yeah, it's very, very good ride. Thank you. Much, much appreciated. I pat the spider on the head.
And yes, you can still talk and say the things that are you're typing. You don't have to just type them. If you want to talk, you can talk. I'm not going to stop you from doing that. You can just basically.
Wanted to be a mute.
I'm just realizing now. I should have said this earlier, but yes, you can describe what you're writing, or you can describe how your spider reacts, right?
Yeah,
So
the player is not mute, unless
exactly.
you want to be.
What do you think?
Okay. So if anyone wants to walk into the cave, they can simply drag their token in, and they will be transported magically by the power of Foundry.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
May every door find its key. This seems like the
Okay,
type
I'm
of
going
thing
down the
that
stairs.
you would put on a locket if you were a very
Xaxx,
romantic
Xaxx,
teenager.
wait, let's not split
know.
the party.
Oh, I thought
goodness.
we were going downstairs now. Okay, hold on.
Well, it's
Alright.
okay. I'll stand with you. We'll wait for Rodolfo and
Coming.
Knox and Tarquin.
Oh,
Okay.
Oop, I'm colliding with at
Everybody?
least one wall.
Very tight
Everybody?
passages down here. You can see how claustrophobic it feels.
Oh, there's a door.
Yeah, you come around, and there seems to be a
Okay,
faint bit of light.
there's roots on the floor. Be careful not to step on them. We don't want it to happen like the Fisher did.
Yeah, the roots are probably for the into the thing. I'm just going back this way a little bit. I'm not going anywhere. Hold on. Oh, there's another door here. Okay.
Okay.
There's a door. There's two doors. I want to bet what you want to bet where Rodolfo's going. There's a third door.
There seems to be a door down this way.
which probably means in order to get through, we need to find or
The
Keys.
key,
The
the
right
right key to the door.
for each door.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a
Ev-
riddle.
May
Okay.
every
Yes.
door find its key. So we need to find the right key.
Has anyone seen any keys at all?
No,
I
but
don't have a key.
Tarquin is going to head up to the door and see if there's any form of writing or anything on it, or symbology, or.
Well, there's one. The door here seems to have a tree on it. I can't. Oh, they all have trees on them.
They all have
Never mind.
trees.
Fog of war is preventing me from seeing the. That's why I'm moving around to unshadow things.
I'm gonna go back
Just-
up to the main room and see if I can find any keys.
Okay.
I
The
don't
first
think
room.
it's going to be a literal key.
Goodness me.
Perhaps it is like a musical key.
Oh,
Oh.
that's a good idea,
wait.
especially since we just did the stepping stones.
I think I might
Yes.
know the answer.
Hmm.
These are 3 different trees by the looks of it, from what I can see, and there's 3 different trees outside.
Is that true? I hadn't noticed that.
Someone is counting the threes and knows the power of 3.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, there is. There seems to be a depiction of said trees painted on the intricately carved wooden doors. There is a single keyhole below the brass doorknob, and there seems to be just a slither of light flickering through into the room
How are y'all
beyond.
seeing this?
I can't see much.
I can't see it on this last one. I can see a little bit of green.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
me
is
too.
difficult to see, and most of you haven't got dark vision, so
Mhm.
if you're not seeing something, it's because your
It's-
token itself hasn't got vision on it,
Okay.
and you would need a light source to bring around there. So that explains why Rodolfo and Tanwen are probably having a bit of trouble. Your tokens are not set up to have vision, so you would need a
Yeah.
light
Okay.
source.
So it looks
Okay.
like this middle tree is sort of like a skinny tree.
There
Well,
is-
there's 3. You said there's 3 trees outside, right?
Yeah.
So maybe in the interest of safety, we have a spider that can climb around fairly easily. Maybe the spider can take someone to go helping retrieve the keys from the trees, and lickety split, we're back here.
Who wants to
It might not just be a.
volunteer as tribute?
I would suggest whoever goes up there is
It-
someone who can speak Sylvan.
Tarquin,
Well, I
then
don't.
it would
I
be
don't.
you.
I don't speak. I can't speak Sylvan, but I am as a farmer. I do know how to harvest things without hurting the plant. So
Yeah, I think
Okay.
I'm probably not the best person for this.
I guess.
maybe I don't know. Can Tarquin and I both go? Would we be?
I
No,
mean,
that seems too heavy.
I'll go on my feet. You go on the spider, and I'll do the talking if any is required.
Okay. Yeah, because I want to make sure that when if we're taking any branches off or whatever, that we're not harming the tree
Mm-hmm.
or harming the tree or the hill. In the meantime, that seems like a bad idea.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay then. So Tanwen and Tarquin, is
And
it? Or
spider.
No, it's
And Spider.
Rodolfo. I'm just going back up to that main chamber,
Actually,
and I just
wait.
would like to do a search for any hidden doors or anything. Anything that they a little hidden door or something where they might have hidden it in this room itself.
Yeah, you can give me an investigation, Tanwen. And
Okay.
Actually, as Tarquin goes up, he remembers Satalavar and goes, considering the hill doesn't like me much, maybe you should just take Satalavar to do the talking. Or translating.
Oh, so Telemy, do you speak
I would
the
really
language of
hope
forest?
so.
I do not. Wait. Oh, sorry. Sylvan, of course. Yes. I'm born like that.
Oh, well,
But
you are a creature of this land. Why don't you speak to the hill and ask it what it
I'm-
wants?
we'll still need you to carry the cage, though, Tarquin.
Oh, I was thinking.
But
Okay.
I could carry it. Yeah, I
mean,
think.
One of you is fine.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Rodolfo and Talavar and Spider go.
Yes,
And
okay, this
Alright.
works.
I'll stay here in case someone pops out that we need to talk to back here.
So,
and
Tanwen,
if
as
you
you're looking
need us,
around,
let us know.
trying to spot anything that's hidden or out of the ordinary. You don't really notice any hidden doors or anything like a pressure plate, but it does seem to be something just at the top of the stairs. On one of the steps is like a very thin layer of moss, and it seems to be blackened. Not almost like it's maybe it's burnt, maybe it's just a black type of moss, but you don't really see anything else other than that. It's the only thing you notice.
Tarquin, can you come take a look at this? I'm not sure what this is over here. Do you see that blackened moss? Do you know what that is?
Why, yes, I know everything about it. It is
Well,
clearly
I'm gonna
blackened
say this.
moss.
I'll say this as Tarquin is coming over to investigate what Tanwen's pointed out. Tanwen, I need you to make a wisdom save.
Okay. Oh dear, that's not
Yeah.
a good thing.
No,
All
it
right,
isn't. Hence why your roll was a very low roll. It means you find something bad. Wisdom 14, nice. Okay. Well, you look to Tarquin to call them over. Tarquin begins to make their way over, and as you look back, the moss seems to have flaked away, and as it does, you swear maybe it's the low light setting. You swear they kind of like skittered away like spiders for a brief moment, but seeing a spider, you've rode a spider today already. You're not really like fearful of any kind of creatures like that, so it doesn't freak you out. But it was unusual. By the time
Tarquin,
Tarquin gets to you, he doesn't see the moss. He's looking around like, what moss?
Yes.
it skittered away as you were coming towards me. I know you probably think I'm hallucinating, but I did see something on the step, and it went away. It skittered
Um,
away, but I couldn't see it well enough to identify it.
Tarquin, because you described it as black and moss, will try to be as comforting as possible and say, "Oh, no need to worry. That's just the famous molasses moving moss. You get it every now and then around here."
Okay. Something's in here with us.
I mean, maybe. But I'm sure if it was gonna try to harm us, it would have done so already. It's obviously more scared of us than we are of it. It's famous for it, you know,
How
the
did you
moving molasses moss. It's a coward.
How did you survive as long as you did? Oh my God, it's more afraid of us than we are of it. That's hysterical.
I
Do
mean,
you think we
if
head out in the
if
ledge
it
and
tries
check
to
the progress?
attack me, then I would normally stab it, but I don't have any weapons at the moment, so I cannot cause any harm.
Let's head out on the ledge and check the progress of everybody.
As you come out of the ledge, you see that the others they've already traversed down and into the mossy groves, but as you look back, Rodolfo, you could have swore these trees were in a different position to last time you saw them. But
To be honest, that's the only reason I was paying attention to them, because out the corner of my eye, I kept seeing them
did
move.
notice that our tokens were moving. I wasn't sure if we were supposed to notice that
Yeah,
out loud or not. But
I'm stuck.
where are you? Oh, yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Rodolfo, Aradox, over to you.
So yeah, no, I'll shout. I'll wave to the others if they come out. I'll say, the trees are moving. But you know, this is a moving hill, so this is probably just part of the whole deal.
Could be
But
treants.
yes, you know, it's probably fine. It's probably no big deal. Mr. Hill, you know, we are there is a puzzle inside where we have to get the key. Do you know how this works? Can you help us? Or at very least tell your tree friends we do not mean any harm. I know how to not hurt a living creature. He's just kind of babbling and like jogging along in that kind of middle-aged way.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to actually run, but he's just sort of hurriedly walking. Yeah.
Okay, so you're about what, like 25 feet away from this tree as you're asking this. And you're asking it directly to the tree itself this time,
Yeah.
hinting to the fact that you've cottoned on that these things are perhaps alive. And one of its branches does indeed animate, and as you see it moving, it makes that kind of creaking, cracking noise, and the rustle of its branches as well. And at that one branch that's come out from the rest is there's something shiny hanging off the end of it, and it looks like a key just dangling by one of its
Okay.
branches.
Okay. Am I able to get close enough to take it?
You can get closer.
Okay.
Close enough to take it though? It seems a little bit high up in the air.
I'm gonna get closer, and I'm gonna say, with your permission, I will, I would exchange. I would provide a gift in exchange for your gift. And he's gonna hold out one of his elaborately decorated silver buttons, and kind of on his palm, and say, perhaps this is something you will not have seen before, and see if the tree reacts at all to that.
Okay. Let's see. So it seems as though, as you mentioned, like the rule of reciprocity, the tree actually lowers its branches down to the point where you are within arm's reach. And that same creaking sound as it gets right down to the lowest point.
Okay.
And
So if it gets close enough, I'm gonna try and weave the weave the thinnest twigs into the holes of the button, or into the back of the button, so that it's kind of resting in there, and then very, very gently take out the key after I've
Okay.
put the button in.
Understood. The tree makes this transaction, and as you do, you actually hear a voice, kind of old, cracking and creaking. It says, Jingle Jangle was hurt by lawless brigands, but you are not the same. I suppose you couldn't be one if you know the rule of reciprocity.
I'll bow to it and said, "Indeed, we are not brigands. We would never steal from such a creature as yourself. We are here to make amends for the horrible things that have happened to you in the past. So, well, I hope this has been a mutually beneficial transaction." And he bows again, and will back away.
As you're backing away, you notice a second tree approaching, and it too begins to extend its branch with a second key dangling from it.
I'll hold out a second button and say, "Would you also like a button or something else?" And what else do I have with me? I have.
You hear the tree say, one of you carries an axe, a weapon of our kind.
I no longer have my axe. He looks to Televar. Televar, do you have an axe?
You don't actually have. Wait, did you throw away your axe, Rodolfo?
No, it got destroyed by the rust.
It didn't it? I
Yep.
completely forgot about that. Yeah. Should have updated my notes. Okay, in that case, change that. It seems as though your axe got what it deserved.
Well, unfortunately, this is the case. Perhaps this, and he hands over the sewing needle that I think I got from the fairyland, and I'll say,
Oh, are you gonna?
oh, it's a fairy weapon actually. Yeah,
Yes, it's a tiny little weapon.
it's a tiny little weapon, and I'll say, is this of perhaps interest? Something, or do you not like metal things, weapons?
We do not like the weapons that have been brought here. Our kind have come under attack, not just by the brigands, but by woodcutters as well. And, but you seem to be axeless now. I suppose we
yes.
have no quarrel. And you see the key is actually handed to you freely.
Oh, may
And
I still
yeah,
offer? Yes. Oh.
the tree looks down and says, "You can perhaps do something for us in return." And
What is it we can do?
it gestures with its branches towards the third tree.
Okay, I'll look towards the third tree.
And it's quite a little ways off from the others, but you can head over to it. So Talavar seems to be listening intently. You certainly proved your character, but sadly, I cannot help you, for my key was stolen. And you see, as it reveals, as it kind of pulls back the leaves of the willow, you see one of its branches is completely severed, chopped. The woodcutter took my limb, and with it, its key. He's camping out just below the hill, licking his wounds.
With my key. The woodcutter. We have not encountered this creature before, or this person. Can you take us to them? Oh, the hill can take us to them. We can try to get it back for you.
Yes. The tree begins to slowly uproot. It seems to be taking a while, but the other trees are already pointing in the direction of it. And it seems as though it would take a lot longer for them to follow, lead you, but they are pointing in the direction. You see right way down, there does seem to be a section of the forest that's sort of open, and the rolling fog rolls through these stumps and fallen trees.
Hmm.
And yeah, as you kind of
Is
go on.
Rodolfo close enough for Tarquin and I to call down to him?
Yeah. Yep.
Rodolfo, is everything okay? What's going on?
Yes, everything is fine. The trees are not our enemies. Come, we may have another job to do first, so.
Okay, so you need us to come down to you? All right.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, and when they come down, I will explain to them what we need to do to get these keys.
Yeah.
And say, yeah. Yeah, I'll just explain everything that the trees told me. And I do not know what is who this woodcutter is, but if it is someone who is offending the inhabitants of Presmere, perhaps it is someone new, or it seems to be someone new, someone who is unwelcome here. Beyond that, who knows?
All right. Tarquin, can you shout into the cave to Xaxx that we're gonna head down
Yep.
the hill? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Tarquin will do so.
All right. What would you have Xaxx do? Would you want him to come with the party,
Yes.
or do you want him to stay? You don't want him. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's not split up the party.
Quite.
If it comes
All right,
to a
then.
fight, I can take control of them because I have access to their sheet. So
Yep. No problem.
Yeah, I
You
think
can
I
ride
think
on
Julian's
my back for the time being.
All right. You're all grouped up. The trees have made not very much progress, but they have gestured towards the direction. And as you round the hill, you get a much better look down to the actual swamp where there seems to be a large pallet, which is like a log raft. It's supporting a number of chopped woods, chopped logs, and there's a rope tethered to that raft that is actually attached to the hill itself, and it has enough slack that it seems like it was pulled along during the traversing of the hill. So I'm going to take you over to it and copy your token. Bring you to the map.
from a apparently we don't have any token in the scene. From a wild person perspective, considering these appear to be like sentient trees, like how big an offense is it for someone to cut a limb from a sentient tree?
How much of an offense is it?
Yeah,
That's like chopping off someone's arm,
yeah,
like
that's what I
actually
thought.
dismembering them.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So Tarquin is like, well, seems like the brigands aren't the only one who need to have their faces rearranged. And talk some manners.
Do we know how many woodcutters there are? Did Rodolfo? Is it just the one?
The tree only mentioned one, but perhaps there is more than one, but it was only ones that cut off their limbs. That is all I know. I suppose.
Can we pull the raft in to see what's on it, or is it going to be too heavy with all those
Well,
logs?
if we work together, can we pull it? Like, is it floating?
It is on shallow water, but oops, that sounded like a smash. There also is another rope attached to that raft, and from this angle, now that you've kind of descended low enough that you're beneath the mist, you actually make out there is another canoe attached to that with a tent propped up, and there's another creature nearby that seems to be pacing back and forth on guard. It is a large mastiff. Well, I say large. It's a normal sized mastiff, but it's a little bit obscured by the mist. But it seems to be sniffing the air. It seems to be on alert. If you wanted to
Okay.
pull the rope, it would take an enormous amount of strength for sure.
Mm.
Is the rope in the water or above the water?
At this point, it's quite taut because the way the hill is standing up.
Okay. All right. Tarquin, I'm going to hand you all of your stuff back
Yep.
and give you my quarterstaff. Oh, actually, I'm going to take my quarterstaff. I would like to try to tight walk my way over to the raft to
Oh,
see
okay.
if I can find the key.
Oh.
And I'll use my quarterstaff as a balancing beam.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
I have a feeling I'm about to be in water, but
Well,
see if
we'll
we
see how
can.
well you do. There is an acrobatics
I'm
check for this.
I'm gonna ready an Eldritch Blast, just in
Okay.
case anything pops up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Considering
I-
this is on the hill, I'm guessing it's slanting downwards towards the raft, right?
Yes, mostly.
Okay. So Tarquin is going to stand near the rope himself with probably a, I guess, just like a bit of like cloth or a belt or something to potentially just sort of try to zip down should things go bad so you can get down there quickly.
Tanwen, perhaps you want to make a sort of safety line, like one thing around your waist and a loop around the rope, just in case you fall. Not that I'm saying you will, but this.
That's not a bad idea. I just am worried that it will get tangled because this rope does not look very smooth. But
Will have a very loose loop.
okay, okay,
Right.
I will do that because you never know what's in the water.
Right.
All right, so you whoops, I didn't think I moved. So what check did you want me to do? Acrobatics
This
or
is
athletics?
acrobatics. Definitely an acrobatics to balance on a tightrope.
Literally. Yeah.
Wow, what? 17? That's really good. Okay. This goes surprisingly well. Did you say you have a safety line? Was that what you was explaining a second ago?
Yeah, she's had me tie a rope
Okay,
around my waist and then very
got it.
loosely create a loop below me just in
Okay.
case.
I will say then the rope that you've got as a safety line is good. It's supporting you, but it's about there when you realize the safety line is now at its length.
No, it's
You've
not.
got
It's not tied. It's tied to the tightrope itself.
oh, of course, right.
It's like a figure eight. It's
I know
with
what you
one
mean
eight
now.
around my
Okay,
waist
got it.
and one eight
No problem
one.
then.
Okay.
Yeah.
You get down to the bottom, and it's at this point you hear a sniffing noise, and
Yeah.
you can definitely hear something moving, rustling down at the bottom. There is that mastiff on alert, and it seems to be approaching the raft. It's not like barking or anything right now, but you can see that the raft is it can probably tell that there's a wobble to the raft as you land on it, and I'm gonna ask you to make a stealth check unless you want to try and fight it.
I would like to try to cast speak with animals since this is definitely an animal
Okay.
and see if I can talk to it.
Okay, so it's you cast this spell as it's making
Right?
its way around, and it just comes up from behind the pile of logs, and then it spots you. What do you say to it?
Hi, I know you're on guard duty. I'm not trying to take any of your logs. I just need to see if something lost made it onto this raft. And it doesn't belong to the raft owner. I'm not taking any of your logs. I'm not going to try to challenge you unless you challenge me. I just need to look for the lost thing.
You hear it growl, and as it's growling, it translates in your mind to a speech pattern that you can recognize. Snark found intruder. Snark, better alert. Woodcutter.
Sorry,
Lin-
what? I
Snark.
didn't understand that at all.
Are you sure you cast the spell properly? Snark, his name is. He seems to be talking in third person. Snark
Okay.
found intruder. Snark, go tell Lyndon.
Okay, you're gonna go
Snark
tell
must.
Lyndon that I'm
Yeah.
here. That's
Yes.
fine. I need to look for my lost thing. So, I'm gonna look for my lost thing while you go tell Lyndon, okay, Snark?
No touch logs.
I have to look for my lost thing. So I'm gonna start looking around while
What
he's
you
standing.
lose?
A key.
What? No keys, Al. Just less logs.
The key was on a branch. And I know that these are just logs, but I need to see if the key is on the branch.
Lyndon said no. No one touch logs.
I understand. I'm just looking, touching with my eyes.
Okay, roll a persuasion check.
Oh,
Okay. Look, no touch. Okay. Oh
Oh,
no.
he didn't believe me at all.
Snark thinks that you're up to no good, and Snark says, "Snark bark, Snark bark," and he's getting louder and louder.
Okay.
And yes, he's saying bark whilst he's actually barking. So the dog is saying bark, the word bark, which means
Can I at least do a quick investigation to see if I see
okay.
the key?
There is a check involved for this. Yes, it is a investigation check.
Okay.
And wow, okay. I was gonna say this is a tricky roll, but because you rolled so well, you look across the branches, and these are mostly logs, right? So
Okay.
you know what you're looking for, judging based on what the tree actually showed you, and it's glinting, unlike the rest of this wooden stuff. So under the pile of logs, there is a branch that is sort of wedged underneath
Okay.
these, and on it there is a key. Let me just check.
All right. I'm going to turn around and shout, I found the key, but it's underneath this pile of logs. We would have to shift the logs on top to get to it. Is
Yeah,
that
that's right.
correct?
Yeah.
All right. So, anybody have any ideas? I don't want to shoot the mastiff, but I think he's
Knockback!
going to draw this Linden person to
Knockback!
him soon. And the key is definitely here.
Does anyone have a crowbar
I
mm,
don't.
or something of that kind? A staff or a
we
lever?
got the quarterstaffs.
Yeah,
Well,
I'd say
you think
does
I should just push the logs off since
well, can you lever it up just to move them, or you know, uh,
I
must they be
I can give
lifted
it a
out?
try.
Yeah.
Um,
Just as you're discussing this is when you hear a voice, kind of a low male. He says, "What's up, boy? They come back for more." And you see a man running around to the side where Snark was, and he is wielding a large axe in one hand, and he seems to have a rope in the other. He's got this disheveled look about him, clearly an outdoorsman. He's got these leathers and furs. His hair is kind of shaven at the sides, slicked back over the top, and he's got a rugged looking beard. And he spots you immediately. Tanwen. It says, "You
I-
back away."
pulling out my bow and arrow. Yeah, because I would rather negotiate from a position of strength.
Mhm.
Look, this doesn't have to be violent. You took something from one of the sentient trees up on the hill. It is a key. I can see the key. We need to get the key back for for the sentient tree. So if you'll just let me retrieve the key, or if you'll help me retrieve the key, this doesn't have to be a confrontation. But I won't touch your logs if you'll help me get the key back.
Okay,
I'm
so you can give me a persuasion check for this.
I'm not very
See how that
persuasive, but
goes.
we'll try it
Yeah,
again.
might be better than previous. Okay, pretty middling roll.
Yeah.
He seems to scratch his beard for a minute, and then his eyes gaze up towards the rest of the pie. He does notice you from here, and then he looks back and says, "I took a lot more than just a limb from those trees, and I'll
I
take something from you if you dare touch my bounty. These
I
logs, they here, these belong to Bavlorna,
all right. The logs belong to the trees. The trees are aware.
and the trees are in
Bavlana,
hither, and hither is under Bavlorna's control.
um,
Now, I don't know what you're on about, some key.
you can see it right here, and I'm going to point down to where it is. That
Yes.
blend is a key, and I need the key. So we've got a choice. You can stand there for a moment while my friends and I retrieve the key, and we'll walk away, or we can do it the hard way.
Think I'm gonna fall for some trick. He says, "We'll do it
Uh,
my way. Step away from the logs."
Not going to happen. Because I don't know that you won't cut the rope and float away. We have to have the key. Um,
Rodolfo will shout out, "We don't even want your stupid logs. Give us just the key. What do you need with a metal bit?"
He still seems confused as to what you're talking about as a key, but as you're the second person to
We do
mention it,
not want your logs. Just let us take it and go. Take our bit and go.
he looks. There's a bit of a standoff for a moment, but I'm gonna allow you to also make a persuasion check as well.
Alrighty. Come
how
on,
many
dice.
logs down is the key?
Scheiße, that's not great.
Is it on the
Lovely.
very
Still better.
bottom?
He sees you like going towards him, Tanwen, and he's just like he like rears back with his arm, like he's got a throwing axe in one hand, but he doesn't throw it. He seems to be trying to listen to you, Rodolfo, whilst this is happening. And he looks back and
Let's
goes,
say we can all have our bounty today. You have yours, we have ours, we go our separate way.
Okay. How far down is the key? Is it at the very bottom? If I
"Yeah,
shift one log, will I get to it?
if
Do
you
I how
shifted a few of the logs, you could get to it for sure. It's not right at the bottom, but it's sort of wedged in between. You can see it, right? But there might be a way that you could even just, if you had a small enough, I don't know, appendage, you could reach in and grab it. But
I hate
if you did, you would also run the risk of it getting like it would fall in between the logs and get even further away. But
can
um,
can Nox help if the spider came out? Could the spider reach it?
the spider's got quite spindly legs. There's possibility, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of coming down the rope
Okay.
Okay.
and assisting
All right.
Tanwen.
Lyndon, I'm gonna keep the I'm gonna keep Lyndon's attention on me, so I'm going to move to the other end of the raft to kind of keep his attention on me. And I'm going to say, Lyndon, you're making me nervous. When I get nervous, I tend to lose strength in my aiming finger, and bolts tend to go off.
It sounds like a
So,
threat to me.
yeah, well, your raised axe is a threat to me, sir, and I've got a headache. It's been a long day, and frankly, just want the key and go. I don't want to even be here with you, talking to you about this. I just want the key and I want to go. So,
Okay.
you lower the axe, I'll loosen the bowstring, but right now I am feeling twitchy as hell.
There's a spider coming down the rope, and you see the snark is growling at it and barking, and it definitely alerts Lyndon to it, and looks at it and goes, "Ah, what is this monster?" And he is going to throw an axe at poor Arachnox, just because
Okay.
it's a spider and he doesn't
If
like
he
it.
throws an axe, I'm loosing an arrow.
Okay,
Yeah,
ahead.
Rodolfo's held, or Rodolfo, who's had the Eldritch Blast held the whole time. That's gonna go off as well.
Right. Let's roll this into initiative. And the axe that throws goes completely wide, by the way. He has completely missed a mark.
Finally, a good initiative.
Xaxx is actually up first,
Yeah.
and he would be able to go right now.
So I should move him up near the.
Almost.
Let's see what Xaxx has got. Cause I'm not. 60 feet is his range. It's far from that.
You got a beastie coming up behind you.
Yeah, that's not. Xaxx has no spells. He can't do that yet.
Cantrips?
None of his cantrips will reach that range.
That's a shame.
Does he need to just hold action until...
Okay.
Yeah, Xaxx will hold his action, I guess.
Okay. Alright, Tarquin, your turn.
Okay, so Tarquin has like his belt ready and he's going to basically loop it over the rope and attempt to start sliding down.
Okay. Yep. You can do so.
I mean, I'm at half movement speed, but I don't know how that affects gravity.
Okay, well, I'll say that it moves. You move normal speed down, but once you get to the bottom,
Okay,
you're at
so
half.
that would put me there. And then if I... Can I use my action to dash to get the other?
Yep,
So
sure.
I'm there, but that's... Actually, I can bonus action dash actually using Step of the Wind. Yeah, so Step of the Wind, bonus action to dash to there, so I'm guessing he's just like kicking his feet wildly to propel himself along.
Sure.
And then, how far from the ground am I here?
Only a few feet, I would say.
In which case, he'll just let go, and as he does, he'll fling out a dagger towards Lyndon. Actually, no, let's go for a Snake Fang dart. Why not? So I haven't used those yet.
Snake Fang dart. Dang it.
Yep, made from those fangs of those giant snakes.
He looks down, grimaces at the small dart in his shoulder. What the hell? And he's already leaning back.
It's
trying to
fangs
grab
for the
his
axe.
great axe. The Mastiff jumps forward into the fray, and now at this range, Nox, no longer lightly obscured by the mist, you're face to face with not just a mastiff, but something. Oh, there's something weird about this creature. There's stitches across its face that seem to split in sections. Over its limbs, they don't seem to have the right coloration. It's like it's patchworked back together again, like a Frankenstein dog. Yeah, it's quite hideous, but he seems to still be able to do all the things a dog can do, which is bite, and it's going to try and gnash its jaws around your spider. And I think that hits. At which point, is that enough damage to pop the spider finally?
Yes, that is enough damage to pop my wild shape.
Okay, there it is. Welcome back. And you take 3 points of piercing damage as well.
It's okay, guys. I've got one left. I can get us back up the hill.
Wait, what? You know, spider. You can hear this, Tanwen. The rest of you are like just hearing barks and growls. Lyndon's like, what the? Oh, you're one of them skin shifters.
I'm just gonna like wave at him and be like, "Hi."
Nox, hold on. Are you okay? Are you gonna be all right, Nox?
I'm not too bad. I'm okay. I'm okay. Yeah. It only took like some of my temporary hit points that I had, so I'm in good shape.
Okay.
Still.
All right then. Let me just check something else. That's it for the Mastiff. And I totally forgot Lyndon, but they're kind of going in the same turn anyway. He is going to jump up onto the raft and try to take a swing at your legs with his great axe. And he's pulled it off of his shoulder harness. And he says, "All right, Lucy, time to get to work." Damn it! You're easily able to jump out of the way of this.
Okay, I was holding my breath there for a second.
But he brings it around for a second swing and tries to chop down instead. So he's got a second attack. No! This one you sidestep and you're balancing on the logs, and this time he chops into the wood, and you'd think it'd get stuck and you would give an opportunity, but the axe seems to suddenly shimmer and it slices straight through not just one, not just two, but 3 logs seem to just immediately slice into pieces. And normally with an axe like that, it would take several strikes to fell a tree, but this just goes cleaving through them like butter. And
Does it get us already closer to the key?
I guess surprisingly, maybe a little bit, yeah. But yeah, I would say that it's probably loosened the top 2 logs for sure. Okay, so you could actually like kick them away at this point. It is Nox's go though, or anything else.
Right, because Snark is right in front of me, I'm just gonna produce flame in its face and hope for the best. Hope it like singes this dog's face or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not bad.
Ooh.
Oh.
Snark, run! He seems to back away from the flames as if it's his worst nightmare. And yeah, for sure, this fight's over for him for sure. Like, at this point, he turns his tail between his legs. That was max damage. Nice. Yeah, Snark turns tail and starts to run. And the flesh that you're cooking up, it smells like rotten cooked flesh. It's awful.
Something really pongs, guys. Ugh. Something not right with this dog.
So Telemy says, "I am regrettably unable to do anything from here. I'm such a waste of space. If I was free, I would get in there and give him what for. In fact, one second. Those logs do do they have little holes in them, Tanwen?
I can't.
As he's chopped the logs in half, I'll mention that one of them out of the two, they actually have a hollowed out area in the log, and inside you see that there is tiny miniature tables and rooms.
It's the borrowers.
It's almost yeah. It looks like there's
yes,
enough
Sir,
room for a fairy to fit inside here and live comfortably.
Sir Talavar, yes, there looks like there's a room in one of the logs with furniture. Little
My
tiny
goodness.
furniture.
What a villain! He's not only been chopping down trees, he's been destroying fairies' homes. Let me out of this cage. Tanwen, it's your go.
Alright.
He looks up and
I know. I'm trying to decide if I try to kick the logs into his face or loose an arrow. I'm gonna try to kick the logs into his face, shouting, "Nox, Tarquin, can you get to the key?" So,
all right. So I'll tell you what. You can use your action to do this. Just boot the logs into his face. I'll give him a dexterity saving throw. See if he gets out of the way in time. Oh god, no. Not really. You can give me let me just check the improvised damage for 5e. Yeah, looks like a log is probably gonna do a decent chunk. Let's go with a D10 of damage. So you can roll a D10.
okay. Alright, D10.
And we'll see if I do enough damage there. 1.
Ah,
Okay, but
he got lucky.
I will say this: he does get completely piled on with the logs, enough so that he's either prone and trapped underneath them. So he's just stuck underneath several logs, like ah, and he calls out as well as he's responding to Sir Talavar. He says, "Pavlona wants the trees cut, so I cut them. That's all there is to it. She pays my family well. Make no mistake. When it comes to weighing the lives of my family against a tree, I'll clear an entire forest without a second thought. Awakened or not, fairy home or not, it's all just kindling in my fire." You want to do any movement as well, Tanwen?
Can I get the key? Can some?
Oh, okay,
I just
right.
want the key. That's all I want. So, if I move, I'm only going to move towards trying to get to the key.
Okay, so that's you can move back over to like here, we'll say, and the key you would need to just give me one last thing to get the key. That is, we'll go with like sleight of hand, effectively. And basically, push your fingers in between the two logs to grab it and hook it off. Because if you botch it, which you don't, you're good. There is a danger that as you're pulling it off the key, either the twig snaps and the key falls, but you both manage to avoid that and avoid your hand getting crushed in between the logs. And yeah, you're able to grab a hold of the key. You got it, no problem.
Okay. I've got the key. I've got the key.
That's going to be your whole turn.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Rodolfo.
Okay. He's gonna shout out. Do you think that you can keep him trapped there? I have some questions. And yeah, go ahead.
He's underneath a log and trapped underneath a log right now.
Cool. Okay, keep him there, and he's gonna use his action to can I use my action to make like a safety rope as well, the same style?
Yeah,
And
you've still got
then-
enough rope for you.
Yeah, I have my own rope. So I'm going to make a similar safety rope, and then I'm just going to move my 30 feet.
Okay, sure.
And I'll
You begin
say,
to zip line down.
yeah. But that's all that I can do probably. I'll just say, keep him there. Don't let him leave. We have questions. And yeah, that's it.
Xaxx, I guess, will just stay up there for now because it seems pointless him coming down just to climb back up
Sure.
at this point.
Yeah, no problem.
Tarquin is going to. I think I've got enough movement. Yeah, Tarquin is going to dash and go and sit on top of the log that's on top of this guy.
Okay, just to make it even harder.
Yep. And also,
Okay, then.
and he's just sort of holding one of his daggers ready in case this guy tries to run. His aim is to just stab him in the leg.
Okay, nice.
Basically,
Okay, it is his
hamstring
go.
him.
He is restrained. The logs do pose a problem for him, but he still has an axe.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing what that axe did in the first place, to loosen the logs, he is instead just going to use Lucy and strike at the
Rodolfo
log.
is eyeing this axe with
Oh,
envy, just desperate envy.
Oof,
Okay.
hits that log hard.
We want it.
The log
precious.
takes 21 points of slashing damage, which
Oops.
is
I'm
a
glad
phenomenal
you didn't
amount.
hit me with that.
Again, it's almost as if when the axe strikes this wood, there's this sheen and a slight glint of metal that sharpens the axe and makes it go straight through it with no hesitation. As a result, he frees himself and stands up from prone. And let's see.
Probably gets slid off like this way by the log, just like. Whee!
Oh yeah, I guess now seeing you on top of the log, he's just going to turn to you instead. Take a second swing with Lucy.
This is gonna hurt if it hits.
Oh, shit, a whiff. He seems to be enraged. He's just wildly swinging. He's very reckless. And as a result, it's predictable in which way he's going to go.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Snark's running. He's a bit singed and burnt, but he is not having any fun. And you see him just run off into the swamp, probably trying to douse himself in a puddle. But that's it. That's all Snark does. Nox?
Since what's his name? Lyndon is kind of preoccupied with Tarquin. I'm just gonna approach 5 foot, so I'm just like slightly behind him, and get another produce flame lit up and like throw it right at his back, try and singe his back, kind of do the same thing. Yeah, burn his beard off. Actually, that's a better idea.
Okay.
Let's burn that beard off.
Yep.
Let's go. Oh, that's a nice roll. I like that.
That definitely hits him. 3 fire damage and begins singeing away one half of his beard, which looks worse than having no beard. It just looks ridiculous now. And he's just like, what the? Sniffing the air. You didn't just burn my beard off. My pride and joy.
Stop being weird and calm down and just accept the fact we just want the key, not anything else. No axes, no nothing, just the key.
He seemingly is ignoring you and turning around and says, "Get back here, you mangy mutt."
he's no longer Lyndon Longbeard. He's Lyndon Halfbeard.
What did you say? He turns around. He seems to be seething with anger. Well, that's his go. Your go, rather. Tanwen, you've got the key. What do you want to do?
I'm going back up.
Well,
Yeah, I'm running because I've got the key and I don't want him to get me again.
okay.
Or get the
Give me
keys.
Give me that acrobatics check again to get back up.
Okay. Inventory. Acrobatics. Ah! I fell in the water.
Oh, that does feel like that is the result. As you've got the key and you're so excited about having it, but as Rodolfo is swinging down on the other side of the rope, you didn't realize, and it's bouncing the rope up and down. As you're trying to go across it on the top, it's very precarious, and you see the bounce trip you, and you slip off, falling prone into the mud. Thankfully,
Well-
you didn't get
Sorry,
very high.
Tanwen. Yep.
Can I stand up and walk?
You can
swim?
get up with the rest of your movement, but I'm gonna say that's almost all of your movement for sure.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so you're in the drink. You've still got an action technically. You could try dash or
Yes, I'd like to try dash. How far can I move?
you can move half speed in this swampy, difficult terrain.
5, 10, 15.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you just start swimming away.
Yeah.
Rodolfo.
Okay. He's still trapped, is he?
No,
No.
his axe seemingly sliced away the log that he was trapped under.
Okay. So Rodolfo's gonna take his movement and say, I wish you had not done that. And he's gonna actually no, he is no, he's gonna Eldritch Blast him. Sorry. I thought
Okay.
maybe about doing Charm Person, but not if
It does
not
work
if we've been
still.
attacking him.
If it does give him advantage on the save, but that's it. It would still
Yeah,
end up
it would
a
still work.
hostage.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's up to you if you want to take that gamble. Advantage on this guy might not. It might not matter if he's got really low wisdom, but you've not seen his wisdom yet.
I haven't seen his wisdom yet, but I
No.
was thinking up until the point that he was hurt, but we have been. Can I undo the Eldritch Blast?
Yes, I will say
Okay.
you can.
Okay, undo the Eldritch Blast, and I will try to Charm Person.
Okay, all right. I'll give him a shot with advantage. He does
He
succeed.
does succeed.
He got
Crap.
a 20.
All
Wow.
right. Well, I'll
Okay.
say. Yeah,
A
I'll.
natural 20.
Yeah, that's annoying. uh,
And
I
he's
guess
just
that-
raging.
that's my action, and that's my movement. I'm just gonna hang here, but I
Yeah.
would like to prepare. If he starts to try and climb the logs to get over to where I am, I want to be prepared to shove them over
Okay.
if I can.
All right.
Yeah.
Xaxx, go.
Will stay up there again at the moment, I guess, because probably actually he'll try to help Tanwen up, I guess. Maybe throw a rope down to them or something so that can help them up. That makes sense. Like a second rope they can be holding on to, and he can help pull them along or something.
Mm-hmm. So much rope. Okay, cool.
All the rope.
All the rope. Everyone's using rope. Okay, that's fine. Tarquin.
Well, Tarquin now has this half-exposed jaw, so he's going to punch him. His initial attack misses, but he's still got his martial arts second punch.
That one hits. The first one, like, he just takes it on the chin, probably on the side where his beard was. You realize that's what's buffering the attack and protecting him.
And then
You go for the chin that's the side that's singed, and that clocks him.
I don't know why I didn't go for my quarterstaff. I should have gone for the quarterstaff, but I've at least done some damage to him. And it's risky, but yeah, Tarquin. That's all Tarquin can do.
Maybe your quarterstaff is quivering in fear from the axe that just chopped an entire
He'll
log.
move to here because then it's more like potential for like positioning. It just seems better.
Yeah, sure. He's got his back to everyone else as he's looking over to you, tracking your movements as you've clocked him in the face. What are you? One of them brigands? And where?
I honestly, you just keep on saying the wrong thing. First, you said one right thing. You mentioned the whole doing it for your family, and I could get behind that. I could understand that. But then you say you'll do whatever it takes for your family. You'll cut down other people's families, and then you put me in line with those bastard Herringham brigands. Like, seriously, do I look as badly dressed as they are? Honestly. At least I've got a sense of style. Tarquin seemed quite offended. Even if he is plastered in mud at this point, he's still got, like, the magician's outfit and the top hat on.
He looks at the top hat and says, "Well, let me see if I can chop that fashion down a peg." Ah! Finally, maybe? Did I hit? Oh, you got a reaction?
Yeah, but I don't think that's for a dex save, so that's not going to help me here. It does hit. And that takes me down.
Oh. I think he didn't just chop the top hat. He may have chopped the ears as well, which does knock you unconscious, unfortunately. The axe isn't as deadly as it appears to be on, what's it called? On flesh, basically. That sheen didn't happen like it did before. And as he turns around, sees Nox, and tries to climb up onto the logs to get to you. He's got enough movement to do so. And he says, "New. That's for burning Bavelona's mutt. I would have rather a real one."
Oh no.
But they gave me that damn taxidermy crap instead. That does connect, and only 10 slashing damage, unless you're made of wood. Which you're not, so you're good. But nonetheless, you feel this axe's sting in the side of your body. It feels like an affront to nature. It is your go, Nox.
Yeah, just for that, I'm gonna singe the other half of your beard, mate.
Go for it. I think this is a disadvantage because you're
Get wrecked, son.
Hold on, is produce flame a melee?
Huh?
I'm just checking if produce flame is like. Is it a ranged attack?
I'm just having a look.
You can hurl the flame at a creature within 30 feet of you.
It
Like
does
a
say
ranged
ranged spell attack, so.
It is, yeah. Okay, you can still get a natural 20 if you want, but you'd have to move away first. Because I just remembered, when you make a produce flame, you've got to be at range to do it. And it's a disadvantage if you are.
How far away
But
do you want me to go?
moving away provokes an attack of opportunity. So it's your gamble. What do you want to do?
Oh no!
You've either got to re-roll that, or there's a chance he hits you and you can keep the nat 20.
You've got enough HP that there's a 9 in 12 chance that you'll survive it.
Yeah, I'm gonna gamble.
Okay, alright.
And
Wings to you.
as well.
Oh my god, yeah, he hits. He hits hard.
Ah no,
So-
I forgot about bonuses. He did exactly your HP.
Oh no, the gamble does not pay
Right
off.
on the inside.
Nox, no. This fiery burst is about to ring true on his face, but unfortunately, as you step away, you slip on the logs, and he probably chops that as well as your legs out, and you just start rolling off
Oh,
down the raft and onto the side of the water there. Now, how many left are there? How many more trees to fell? So Talavar says, "You, sir, are a brigand yourself. And if I was out of this cage, I would give you what for. Someone better get me close so I can breathe on him." Tanwen,
Oh,
it's your
I
go.
actually have an idea for that on the next turn. Because of how I'm imagining the cage.
Right. This is not good. This is not good. Okay. I want to get the key somewhere safe. before
Okay.
I go back to get Nox and Tarquin. So, can I stand up and walk back? Am I still swimming?
You're in a difficult terrain. It's just the product of it being hither and swampy everywhere.
Okay.
But
Xaxx threw me a rope.
he has, yeah.
All right. Xaxx, I'm gonna tie the key to the end of the rope. Can you take the rope and the key and you and Sir Talavar keep it safe while I go back for Nox and Tarquin?
Yep.
So is that okay with Xaxx?
Yeah, Xaxx is totally on
All right.
board for helping.
Then I'm gonna tie the key to the end of the rope securely. I'm going to turn around and make my way back towards the raft. So that's my movement. How far do I get?
Well, you can use your action to dash and get even further if you want.
Yes, I'd like to get as far as I can.
You can get all the way to Rodolfo or onto the raft.
Okay. Okay. And then I guess that's everything I can do, unless I can fire my weapon, dash and fire my weapon, but I don't think I can do both.
You could fire your weapon from here rather than get onto the raft if you wanted to do that.
Okay, then I'd like to do that, and I'd like to fire.
Yep,
So
you can take a shot
inventory,
instead.
longbow. Oh please! Oh please!
Oh,
Oh
that
please!
hits. 8 damage. Nice. Ugh. He looks down at the arrow. More wood, he sighs. But he seems like he's losing a lot of blood. Rodolfo.
Okay, this is getting silly. Let's I wish I had my witch bolt, but I don't. So let's just Eldritch Blast him. Damn
Good
it!
question. Why don't you have your witch bolt?
It's not it's not prepared. I have it,
What?
but it's not prepared for some
Warlocks
reason.
don't.
Yeah,
Warlocks don't
warlocks.
prepare spells,
Yeah.
so that is always prepared for a warlock.
Okay. Oh, okay. Then yeah, I
So-
don't like. Then it's not an like if that is prepared, then my mage hand is automatically it's unclicking
Okay,
on my sheet. I don't know why.
Let
we can change that for you.
Uh,
It doesn't
okay.
matter really. Just know that with all spells,
Yeah.
as a warlock, they're
Yeah.
always prepared, and you've
They're
got
always
the most.
prepared. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why my character sheet doesn't let me have everything that I have.
I'm
But
gonna fix that for you. I'll do that behind the scenes whilst
okay.
you're
Oh,
doing
you might have already fixed it because right now everything is.
Yeah. Now it's going into packed magic.
Now it's
rather
going
than
into pack magic.
spell slots.
Which is how it
Yeah,
should
which
know
is
be.
what it should be, and you should have 2 slots as your packed magic. So I'm gonna fix that.
Okay.
Anyway, if you wanted to do witch bolt, that's
I
totally up
did
to
want
you.
a witch bolt, yeah,
Okay,
because
alright.
that's a more
What did
powerful.
you roll on that Eldritch Blast?
Only a 7 plus 5. No.
Okay. All right. So either way, I don't think you're hitting.
Yeah.
But
No. Either way, it's
Uh,
not hitting. But yeah,
yeah.
that's what I wanted to
Okay.
do.
All
So
right. Yeah, he got a
both
duck.
of my
Just
spell slots gone, I guess. But I'm gonna yell at him like, listen, we don't. You don't have to serve the witch. There are other ways to get out of the deal. I assume she made a deal. And I'm just gonna plant that little seed and wait my next turn.
what did you have in mind?
Well, we are trying to take her down, of course. You don't have to take this sort of overtaking of Prismere. You don't have to take what I assume is the hostage of your family. You don't have to destroy other people's lives. Much easier not to,
He He looks and raises an eyebrow in your direction for one moment, but Tarquin, it is your go as Xaxx reels back the rope. Although, Xaxx, what does Xaxx want to do?
So the Talavar's cage.
Yeah,
That
it's a bird cage.
It's a bird cage. Does it have like the little loop around the top?
Of course, because it's a bird cage. You would
So-
want to hang it from things.
Yeah, tie it to the thing and then just push.
Okay.
He said he
Talavar
wanted
coming
to
the
go
rescue.
down there.
That's great. Oh, I actually really like this idea. So Televar has his action held for a breath. Xaxx can give it a hefty shove, and I'll say that when it comes back around to his turn, he can probably let loose that breath.
I would like to hear the noise that Sir Talavar makes as he zip lines down, please, DM.
Huzzah! For glory! For truth! For justice!
Thank you.
Alright.
That was very satisfying.
Tarquin, please give me a death save.
Right. Nope.
Okay, one
Not a
fail.
good start.
Nope. Rodolfo, you see Lyndon come right up towards you, and he says, "So you let me get this straight. You want to kill my employer?"
Not your employer if she is threatening your family. What kind of employment is that? You need a union.
He's the one who pays my family.
Yes, and do you have the freedom to walk away, to do, to take your family and leave? Does not sound like it. It sounds like you are hurting others to prevent your own family from being hurt, which is understandable, but still evil. We can offer you a way out, a different way.
All right. Let me make a deal of my own here. I'll part with the key that you so desperately want. If you help me exact my revenge on those damn trees in Telemy Hill. And at this point, Rodolfo, you notice that one arm is actually quite bandaged around the shoulder.
Mm.
It's the arm that he's not holding the axe in.
Mm.
Rodolfo, we have the key. He has nothing he can quote unquote give us.
I'll say, my friend, it looks like you have already taken your revenge, and she points to all the limbs that of the trees that he's cut off. You have done much more damage to them than they have done to you. I think you are fine. The only choice now is how you would like to proceed. You continue with this employment situation, this very dangerous or hostage, I don't know, threats to your family, or do you want to get freedom back? Your choice, my friend.
You can make me a persuasion check, but I'm going to say disadvantage purely because you are still in combat with this guy, and technically it's his turn right now.
Alright.
You're getting more than nothing, that's for sure.
Okay. Come on. Roll good. No, that's not good. 3 and a 4. I mean, good golly.
He says,
Can I change my dice around? What's dice jail in Foundry?
it's a little rough, but he says, well, you've got it all wrong to start. My family aren't prisoners. They aren't, they're not hostages of the hag.
And how is she in a position? Oh,
I
sorry,
work
go ahead.
willingly for Bavlorna, and with that, he does attempt to bring round Lucy. Yep. Chop. Oh, only 2 plus 3 damage. Doesn't even break the bolstered moon shield that you still have. So he looks at it for a moment like, what the? It just as if like no wound has happened, And he kind of steps away from you just for a brief moment, swinging more in a defensive posture. He's unsure as to why his axe didn't pierce your skin. Okay,
Cool.
that's his go. Nox is unconscious. Needs to make me a dash save.
More Nox. Roll good.
And then... So Talavar in the cage comes swinging down the rope. And just as he's backing away, he's going to unleash a Euphoria Breath right in his face.
Oh,
And oh my god, he succeeds. Damn.
this guy
I rolled
seems
a really,
very wise.
rolling really good on the saves.
Yay.
So that's a success. Yeah, this time I rolled a natural 19 on his wisdom save. He's both rolled a natural 20 and a natural 19 on the two saves.
For this guy,
he
this
has-
meathead. Like, come on.
Yeah, he is. He has got +0 to wisdom, but he is not falling over. It's probably the rage that's induced on him. It is Tanwen's go.
Okay, I guess I will try to shoot him again, and see if I can put this guy down so we can get past all this. Ah, I'm trying
That's gonna be a
too
miss.
hard not to hit to Sir Talavar or Rodolfo.
Yeah.
Okay, then I would like to move closer up to the raft.
Okay. Yep, you can do. He looks at Sir Talavar as well, and it's like, and laughs and goes, I've encountered enough of your kind to build up an immunity to your powdery tricks. Rodolfo, you'll go.
Okay. Not much else I can do, but blast him. Blast a hit. Boy.
Okay, don't forget, if your ranged attacks are in melee,
Oh,
they are
come
at
on.
disadvantage.
Crap, I can't move 10 feet back first. I didn't see that he
So
moved
you
up.
can do that, but again, you will provoke an attack of opportunity.
Bloody hell. Yeah, I'm gonna provoke an attack of opportunity
Okay.
and move up.
He swings. He
Yes.
misses. You're in luck.
I mean,
That
I
would've been a
would have
nasty hit.
as he approached, I would have, I assume, just out of instinct, moved back out of the range of his axe
Okay.
again.
Alrighty. You get the shot off. You can take that 8 force damage. Ooh, with that, he blasts back, and you actually hit the shoulder that is very clearly already injured from this previous encounter he mentioned with the treants. And as he falls back slightly, he's like, oh! He like almost winces in pain. And you see a fresh wound open up, and blood just begins soaking his fur. Yeah,
You know,
he's
you
not
don't
looking
have.
good.
It does not have to be this way. I don't know why people are so stubborn.
Right.
I'm not really talking to him at this point. I'm just complaining.
Xaxx
Yeah.
is going to try to do the sliding down thing that Tarquin did, just to get a bit
Yeah.
down and
Sure.
get into range of this guy finally. And let's try a Toll the Dead on him.
Max damage. Okay. Wow. Whew, that was a lot. 12 necrotic damage is really withering him away. You see the rest of the beard hair just sort of turns grey and falls out. His wound probably just scabs over and rots. And yeah, he backs away, like breathing heavily. He looks like he's just about to collapse. And in fact, will do so. He just lies down from the wound, almost as if the necrotic damage had sapped him of his strength. And his body just slides down the raft and slumps onto it with a heavy thud. And Tarquin, you're making that death save. On his go, he is literally just unmoving. There's like a wheezing breath coming from him. Nox, roll me another death save. Okay. Tanwen, need to get one of them up.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, they're both unconscious. They need medical attention stat.
Yeah, I am gonna go to Nox and shove a good berry in her mouth, squeezing it to get all the
Okay.
juice in.
Yep.
And then if
Okay.
if I'm allowed to, I'd like to do the same thing for Tarquin.
You can get
Uh,
your movement over to him and potentially do it next turn.
okay.
But Xaxx is coming in as well, and he's probably going to be able to help. Has Xaxx got
he's
healing
got no
word?
spell slots, but he could spare the dying.
Okay, yeah, could do that. Yeah, sure.
But yeah,
So he could slide down and jump across the raft and get you. In fact, Tanwen, you could use some of your movement to pull up Tarquin, but combat's pretty much over at this point anyway.
Okay.
And together you can pull Tarquin to Xaxx.
Uh,
Xaxx can get a spare the dying on Tarquin and stabilize you. And we're just going to end the turn order there. Lyndon is continuing to sort of wheeze, and his breath is very shallow, blood pooling around his shoulder where that injury was. And the grip on his axe is no longer white knuckled, he's just loose.
Rodolfo, get
I
that
would like
axe.
I would like to take the axe. Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna, but I'm also gonna cover it up in I have a like a burlap backpack. I'm gonna cover it up so that it's not obvious that I'm holding it. And I'm just gonna yoink it out of his head and go down to his raft and see what he's got in there.
Yeah.
Or pull up the raft. Yeah.
Looking through his raft, you can see there is a number of rations. There's that 50-foot rope.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a 2-person tent. The tent itself is actually pretty useful. Other than that, he's just got some smaller knives, like a skinning knife. In fact, Rodolfo, as you're going through here, there's actually a lot of dead animals that have been they're not used for meat. They look like they've been piled up. He doesn't look like he's been cooking them. He's just piled them up.
He is a. All right, this is weird. Are any of the animals like dressed, or do they look like they would have human intelligence?
No, they aren't.
They're
They look
all
like they're just wild.
animals.
Yeah,
Okay.
wild animals. We've got like a deer. There's probably like a squirrel. There's a number of different rodents, but yeah, none of them are. In fact, he doesn't look like he's used his axe to kill them either. It looks like he's sort of tried to preserve them.
Okay. I'm gonna shout to the others. Look at this. You think he was collecting food for someone else? Perhaps it
Or maybe
is.
that's how he was keeping that dog alive?
Oh, perhaps.
The
But
weird
then why would
looking dog?
the dog not just eat it there?
I don't know. If he was using spare parts to build the dog, didn't you see those stitches?
Has Tarquin been given a good berry at this point?
You could actually, yes. Now you've been stabilized one turn, and then next you can be up.
Yeah.
If you use another good berry Tamwin.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I've got 8, and now I'm down to 6, and I will give each of them a second one as well,
Gotcha.
just to get them a little bit further along.
Tarquin says, "Well, he said that dog was Bavlorna's dog, right? So it's obviously a gift from them, but maybe he's gonna give those animals to that weird necromancer guy so he can build stuff."
It just feels icky. I don't think we should eat them, and
Oh no.
Oh no, I was not suggesting eating
maybe
them. I
maybe
just
we should dump them in the swamp and let them go to their final resting place.
Yes, that
yes.
seems another dastardly act to add to the score which this Linden folk has committed. Does seem odd, collecting animals.
Well, Rodolfo, why
Especially-
don't you gather everything that's useful and let me get Nox and Tarquin back up to dry land, and then maybe they can rest while we go do the keys, or we can carry them with us. But I think we need to get everybody to dry land.
Is there a way of navigating the boat? Like, are there oars or something that we could use? Like, can we just row the boat up?
There would be a set of oars. Yep.
Okay. And second question: is the boat big enough to carry all of us?
Yeah, it's quite like a 6-person canoe.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna just kind of put all the dead animals into the swamp and let them sink.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna unhitch the rope from the logs and just row it up to everybody and say, "Up in, everybody! Off we go!" And we'll row back to the hill.
That's a good idea.
As grisly as it is, you do empty the bodies, but you also notice that the roots of nearby trees that are also potentially dead sort of rise up, grab the bodies, and pull them into the swamp deeper, almost as if nature is reclaiming them.
Yeah. I say, thank you, my friend. I wish we could do better for you. Oh, and Tanwen, get the twig that the key was on, if you can. We can present it to the tree. Just
or
is that morbid? I don't know.
I don't know. I got lucky the first time. My hands are large. We can always
should we put them? Well, the swamp seems to be accepting them. Maybe we should just put all the logs in the water, since
I like that idea. Let's get Tarquin and Nox to safety, though.
Yeah. Yes.
Because I don't want them to suffer further damage in case the logs fall. So why don't we get them in the boat, get everybody to safety?
Okay.
Okay. Yep.
Yep, it happens, as you say. Get them to safety. You push the logs into the swamp one by one. They roll in to the muck and mud, and they do sink surprisingly fast. Almost as if perhaps, like you've seen earlier, the sinkholes sort of open and return these to a grave.
Okay.
But in fact, rotting logs make an absolute amazing ecosystem for mushrooms, creatures. Hollowed out logs are like homes to many insects.
I know this is really silly, but as we're going through it, can I collect all the little fairy furniture to see if I can try to return it to the fairies, or would that be too?
No, you could do some collecting for sure. A lot of it is
I'm not trying to
very
collect
tiny.
but if somebody lost their home, at least maybe I can give them some of their furniture back.
I think this is a great little thing. Definitely add to your character sheet that you've got like a pouch of fairy furniture, because looking through this stuff, some of it does give you a nostalgic remembrance of the fairies that you met in the carnival. Just looking at the same type of materials, the same sort of architecture, I guess. This is definitely reminiscent of, Jeremy Plum and all the others that you met back in the fairy village. Do you remember?
Yes.
Yeah.
Rodolfo, maybe we can offer the furniture to the trees, and then they can return it to the fairies if the fairies come back.
I think this is a good idea. This might be the best we can do. Yes.
Yeah. All right. What do you guys do with Lyndon? He is actually still alive, and you can hear him shallow breaths.
Can we loot his body?
You've already done pretty much.
Yeah. How about we leave him on the raft? We cut the raft free. We'll take the canoe, he can have the raft, and float down the river, and he can save himself or not.
Good idea.
I'm okay with this. I don't think we need to kill him, but I have no desire to save him either. On the other hand, do we think he would come back for revenge?
You know what? I don't like killing in cold blood. He's still alive.
And
give
he
him
has
the
a family.
chance. He's got a family. We give him a fair shake. He will cut the raft loose, and he can make his way down the river.
Mm.
And
Fitting.
his mastiff is still out there somewhere, so maybe Lassie can find help for him if that's the way, his fate is meant to be.
Before we do that, can we investigate his little tent on this little canoe down here?
Oh, I think we should keep the canoe.
I'm
No.
keeping
I
the
just
canoe,
want to
yeah.
investigate it.
Yeah, you go inside, and as seen before, there's a pile of dead animals, which they were all now dumped into the swamp, but that's where they were. Other than that, there's just a set of rope, a couple of rations, a skinning knife. But these don't look skinned. These animals look, well, they were just sort of either had their necks wrong or something like that. They
Toss
were
the
kept
rat.
in.
Could I take the rope
Yep,
and possibly the skinning knife? Just
sure.
I'm
The
not
Toss
a
the rat
maniac, I
up
swear.
to the raft and give him, a little bit of food. And before we set the raft free.
All right. And there's a number of hand axes as well.
Oh, we definitely want the
Oh, yes,
axes.
please.
Yeah.
We want hand axes, but I think we should cover up the axes in front of the trees, yes? We no need to insult them.
Okay. So
Well,
I'm gonna
or
give.
they wanted the axes, we can give them the axes.
Oh, that's true.
We can
But
give them
can I
the
have
axes.
one? Can I have one hand axe? Just
Yep.
for me.
Sure.
I mean, I think we should keep the big axe. That one, even if none of us can really use it, it seems like might come in handy later.
Yeah.
It was really good at cutting wood.
Yes.
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 So he
Agreed.
wants to hold the great axe.
I think that should be Rodolfo, because Rodolfo knows how to use an axe.
Smaller ones, maybe.
Smaller
but
ones.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not war axes, but I just want it because I want it. But I want a hand axe for myself. But I'll hold the big axe, but I am going to cover it up so that because we want to keep it possibly to trade or sell.
So I've added three things to your sheet, Rodolfo. One is
Okay.
just a mundane hand axe.
Yep.
The other is Lucy and
Ooh,
Lucy's other
yes.
attacking form. Yeah, on the hilt is carved the word Lucy. And
Lucy.
I'm not sure if that's
Sweet.
his wife or something, but nonetheless, it has got a very sharp, keen edge. It doesn't look
like
at all
it.
blunted.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw what it did to those logs earlier.
Yeah.
It is a woodcutter's axe, which is a magical item, and it does
Okay.
an extra 2d6 slashing damage to plant or wooden objects.
Nice. It's martial melee. Don't know if I'm.
It is also a
I'm not.
+1.
I'm not
weapon.
proficient in it, but I can still. Can I still use it anyway?
You can. You'd just be rolling without proficiency, I guess.
That's yeah. I mean, there's no reason why I couldn't do it.
Okay. And there's two modes to there. So one is for when you're just attacking
Mm-hmm.
people, and the other is when you're attacking wood.
Right. Okay. Okay. Good. Yeah.
Before we push him off, before we cut the rope and push him off and then roll away in the canoe, can I try to retrieve my 2 arrows?
Yeah, you can make a survival check.
And I will also attempt to retrieve my dart that I hit him with.
Okie-doke.
Yeah.
You get one of
No.
the arrows back. And you find
Why
your
did-
dart is still stuck in
No,
him.
that should have rolled at
Oh,
disadvantage.
it's
not
disadvantage.
advantage.
Okay. Natural one.
Yep.
Yeah, in that case, that dart's gone.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay. Does anyone else want to... Who else wanted the other hand axe? Tanwen, yeah?
I guess.
Sure. There you go. Alright. With that all gathered up, you kick him off, kick the raft off into the river, and Sir Talavar says, "Against nature he did his crimes, and nature shall be his judge. If the river finds him guilty, I'm sure he'll end up somewhere very bad. But if they have mercy, then perhaps he'll wake up."
I obviously did not add an arrow. I rolled dice accidentally. How do I add my arrow back? I obviously misremembered.
So in the parentheses is a field that you can click, and then you can change the number.
Okay, stop it.
It's not the dice icon, just to the right of that. You'll be able to
Okay,
click it.
I'll keep playing with it.
You know where it says arrow and then bracket 6 bracket. Click the 6 and you should be able to do it. If you can't, it
I
might be
got it.
because you.
I got
Oh,
it.
there you go. You got it. Cool. All right. Everyone else, did you want to back up to the hill?
Yes, I think we need to get all
Yeah.
of us back up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Back we go. All right. The trees are all lined up by the edge, watching you as you finally get back up. Some of them even help you.
The first thing I'd like to do is walk up to the nearest tree and hand them the fairy furniture and say, "I'm so sorry somebody lost their home. I'm hoping that they'll come back to you. And if they do, maybe you can give them at least some of their possessions back. Would that be okay?"
Yes. It seems as though this woodcutter was tasked with doing Bavlona's dirty work, driving
He
out
wa-
pixies from their native realm, and
he
most
was.
recently,
He admitted he worked for Bevlana. Um, and he is not going to work for Bevlana for a long, long time, if ever again.
Did he say he was specifically trying to ruin pixie houses, like not just any trees, but trying to drive out the people?
He didn't say that to us, but he did tell us that, he was cutting down trees for Bevlana, that was his job.
I can tell you that there aren't many pixies in hither. All of them left.
Ugh, I'm even more glad of what we did to him. Well, perhaps we could have done worse, but his task will not be easy, should he try again.
No.
We have taken your revenge for you. I only wish it was not necessary.
Xaxx, that's what pains us the most.
Well, by your leave, we would like to go try to free our friend Sir Talavar. We were told that the key to his freedom was at the top of the hill.
You may
So
approach.
thank
There
you.
is a goblin there. They've locked
Oh,
themselves away. Her name
oh dear.
is Jingle Jangle.
Rodolfo
Oh,
laughs. Sorry,
before
that
we
was involuntary.
before we go up, is there anything we can do to help the hill with that fissure that's on the way up to that cave? Is there anything we can do to help heal that? It seemed like when we stepped near it, the hill reacted badly.
The crack seems to have formed recently. In fact, you can tell Jingle Jangle when you see her if she would politely ask the hill next time she wishes to expand the cave system or
Okay.
a home. Yes. We have not seen her in a while, so we assume she must be digging away. She locked herself in there ever since the brigands attacked. They,
Is Jingle
a
Jangle
rough
a friend of yours?
Jingle Jangle is friendly. She's made her home here, and we've done our best to protect her.
Okay.
She collects keys and talks about them endlessly. But 3 days ago, she was robbed by brigands. She hasn't left since, and we haven't seen her since she locked herself away. I'm sure she must be getting pretty hungry by now.
All right. Well, thank you so much uh, for telling us about Jingle Jangle and the Fisher, and thank you for taking the fairy furniture back just in case the pixies return.
Yes, I'm sure one day, when the sky has turned its firmament, perhaps a new dawn will rise, and the pixies will make their home here once again. We will look after the furniture till then.
Thank you.
All right. And you can begin making your way back up. And
All right.
just gonna be right back 1 second while you go
Oh,
back into the cave.
do we? So we? Is this a 5-minute break?
Yeah, if you want to make that a 5 minute break, now's a good time.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, let's call it there for a sec.
You gotta get down.
I didn't realise. I'll put us on the Be Right Back screen. One, go.
Okay. So during this, I just remembered, whilst you were going through the tent, pushing him off the raft, looting everything, collecting all the furniture, and I will treat that as effectively a short rest.
Okay. Do I have any
Because
hit dice?
God knows some of you need it. And yeah, talking to the trees. So if you have hit dice still left to spend, go ahead and use them. Otherwise,
mine yet.
cool.
And I haven't used the Snuggle Beast yet, so I'll use that, I guess, on this short rest. Because you have to spend a hit dice for that to work, right?
Yep, that's right.
How much does that give? 2d6. Probably going to be enough to remax me, but let's... 5. Yeah. That's exactly what I needed, actually.
Rodolfo, you get your spell slots back.
Yes, I
Nice.
do. Thank you. That's good to know.
Okay.
I don't know why I thought I didn't, but there we go. Good stuff.
And has Nox got any hit dice? Oh,
Nope,
running
we are
empty.
fresh out of hit dice. It has
Okay.
been a very long day.
Good news is you get your wild shape back,
Yay!
and that will provide a lot of hit points in a sense.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
you need to use that. That's fine. All right. Okay. We're all good. Sorted that out.
Be back.
As you go back up to the top, then the trees even help you out this time. They lift you up on their branches, and you're able to get up to the top.
Spend a wild shape.
Although they themselves don't look like they would fit inside the keyhole.
No, but if they can just help us get up the top, that's more than enough.
For sure.
Yes.
Oh.
All right. It is very dark inside the cave, save for a small bit of candlelight that seems to be flickering on those torches. But for those who don't have dark vision, if you want, you can tell me like, "Oh, I'm just going to light a torch," and then you have vision. I can change your token to emit light whenever you need it.
Yeah, I was
would
going to
like
take a
to-
torch with me.
Yes, I'd like to light a torch as well.
All right. So I'm going to change your token temporarily so that it's got 20. Oh wait, no, actually, I'm just going to change the light. I believe it's 20 bright. Sorry, yeah, it's 20 bright, and then another 20 dim. So it's like
Okay.
40-foot dim.
Cool.
That should give you light, and I'll change that on Rodolfo as well.
I've got 60 foot of dark vision, so I'm pretty okay.
Yeah. Okay then. And Rodolfo and Tanwen should be giving off light, so they will provide it for your
Oh,
token as well.
Oh.
cool. Yes, like now I can see. Hooray.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. So as you make your way around, you see the same 3 doors as you did before. They don't seem to have changed. The brass doorknobs are awaiting
nothing-
your keys.
There's nothing that distinguishes any of the doors or any of the keys, like to say which one is for which.
No, not particularly.
Hmm.
They've all just got the same looking willow tree. Although there are differences, I guess, but it wouldn't be too much of a problem if they were the wrong fit. You just sort of rearrange yourself until you do find which lock fits
Okay.
which key. So, thankfully,
Which one do you
that's
want
not
to
an
start with,
issue.
the center, the right, or the left? Tarquin, do you have any ideas? I'm not good with puzzles.
Should we just try
To
them
be honest,
randomly?
to be honest, what's probably best is if we can work out which one fits in which, just putting the key in, and then try to open all 3 at once.
Okay, this makes
Okay.
sense.
That means we might have 3 enemies to fight, but okay.
Well,
Well, we know that the goblin is in here, so I mean,
well,
as far as the trees have said, there aren't any other creatures.
The puzzle says, "May every door find its key," suggesting that every door has to be opened. So it's possible that maybe they will only open once all are unlocked, sort of thing. Is my thought.
Hey, Xaxx, why don't you come on down? I know you're guarding the entrance, but I
Oh.
think we need to have an extra person down here just in
Yep.
case.
There they are. I'm with you. Okay. Yeah, as you put a key into a lock, some of them fit, some of them don't, and you rearrange them such that they do. And you actually can tell, if most of you are quite perceptive characters, you can tell that the willow trees do appear to be slightly different, and they do represent each one that held the key. And so, someone who's friends with trees would definitely tell them apart, and you figure out which key fits which lock. And likewise, when you said, Tarquin, that every door needed to find its key, it couldn't be more correct, as it seems that they only turn once all 3 have been put in the locks.
Nox, would you do me a favor? I know you got damaged badly. Would you let me or Xaxx open that door, please, and just back up? That way, if there's something behind there, you don't get whacked.
Yep. Was that what you wanted him?
Yeah, I just wanted Nox back
Mhm.
further away from that door, just
Yeah,
in
sorry.
case.
I totally
Yeah, just in
zoned out.
case something comes rushing out of there. I mean,
Yeah, that's cool.
Xaxx can dragon breath them, but Nox, you're
Good shot.
I think Xaxx
little
might
bit-
be
The
out of
dragons
breath
to do that.
weapons.
Okay.
So you can only do that twice a day, and I think you use them in your fight.
All
weekend.
3 keys inserted, you twist and the tumblers turn, and a satisfying click sounds the unlocking of all doors at the same time. And inside, you see a very small circular room. In the hole in the floor, there is a ladder descending down, and a single torch illuminates this room. And again, with the perceptive characters, you actually hear a sort of clinking, jangling sound coming, echoing from beneath that hole in the floor.
Does it
Rodolfo,
sound?
since you're there, right there, do you want to call down to see if that's
Yeah.
Jingle Jangle?
Yeah,
And
I'm
tell
gonna.
them we're friends.
I'm gonna call
Rodolfo.
down. Hello, Jingle Jangle. We are friends of the trees outside. Are you okay down there? Have you had enough to eat?
You suddenly hear, it sounds, rather than just jingling, it now sounds like a clattering noise and a quick shuffle. Whatever happened, as soon as you said that, you hear something drop to the floor as well, like dangling of, like a chain of keys falls to the floor, and
Right.
you hear rushed footsteps.
I'll say, I know you have no reason to believe us, but we do not mean you any harm. We are looking to borrow a key just to let our friend out. But we are not brigands. We will not rob you. keys?
The trees gave us the keys so that we could unlock the doors and check on you. They're worried about you.
Yes, quite.
You hear something perhaps like snap as those footsteps are going, and then you hear another fumbling and clattering noise. But the footsteps sound like they're getting further away, like they're kind of rushing off in the distance.
Tanwen, how do we communicate that we are friendly?
I don't know. Do you want me to go down and see if I can catch them?
I do not think it's a good idea for Tarquin to go, but
Yeah,
I think, and you
I'll
are
go
you are
down. I've got
you,
a torch, so I
okay.
can see. Oops. All right. So
That went down the hole, and as you're going down the ladder, you get to the. By the time you get to the bottom, you see right at the back, illuminated by some flickering of torch, there is a Herringon brigand in the same leather, same outfit, with the same spiked gauntlet and everything. They are in the middle of climbing up a ladder and into a hole in the side of the cave.
Oh no. There's brigands down here still. I think they've got Jingle Jangle, and that place is trashed. So let me go after this brigand. Y'all can come down and search. So, where did the
Okay,
brigand go? Is he
so
above me?
right there. Can you see
Oh,
him?
okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna have Tanwen and this. You know what? Just give me a dex check. Just give me straight dex. Just
Okay.
because if you can get to him in time, then we'll say you can do it. So 2. I got a 15. This brigand sees you coming, and it quickly goes wide-eyed, and it's like and quickly climbs into this hole in the wall and disappears through it.
Shoot. I was hoping that was Jingle Jangle. All right.
Is it safe to
I'm gonna
come down?
Yeah, go ahead and come down. I'm gonna come stand by this hole in the wall just in case he comes back. But I think we need to search because I heard a clattering of keys here, and see if we can find that one of the keys maybe fits Sir Talavar's cage.
Okay.
So Televar speaks up and says, "Oh goodness, we should put whatever's afoot at end first, surely.
No, let's.
Jingle
You're
Jangle might be
very.
in danger."
There's a ton of keys. It looks like behind us. Tarquin, are you going to guard the hole? Because I can help search for keys if you're going to guard the hole.
Well, Sir Talavar actually has a point for once. Jingle Jangle may be in danger. I don't know if this is, but going into that hole feels like a trap. Going into a narrow area with only one exit is a classic ambush situation.
I agree with you. That's why I'm saying let's look for the keys. If all else fails, we can free Sir Talavar, and if Tarquin can just guard, that way if anybody comes back, we can set up a defensive position. They'd have to come out one at a time. But in the meantime, there's keys everywhere. It looks like in this room.
So many keys. It'll take forever to pick through all of them.
I'm gonna go scout down the tunnels, and hopefully, to be honest, we're probably gonna need Jingle Jangle to know where to start looking. So I'll go have a look. Is this tunnel big enough for a medium creature, or is it like a tight squeeze?
It is big enough for a medium creature, in fact. And before you go through the hole, I'll describe something peculiar about it. It seems to be like the same moss that Tanwen was trying to describe to you. It seems as though this hole is abnormally dark. As you're trying to look through it with your dark vision, even you can't see the other side of the hole, and as you move your hand through, it kind of feels kind of cold and flaky. It's strange.
Hmm. Well,
And as a quick description of this room, because I haven't yet given you one, there what feels like a cellar. It is kind of chilly in here, and you detect a subtle scent of iron in the air. And from a distance, you can see them sputtering candles illuminate the multitude of keys. They're dangling from taut strings that seem to crisscross the walls. There are hundreds of other keys lying strewn around the dirt floor. And as you take in this scene, you actually do hear another distant jingling of keys as well. And you can hear it coming through that hole, Tarquin. And that's kind of situation you're dealing with. Hundreds of keys. If you were to try and find which one fits Talavar's cage, you would indeed be here for a while. But okay, so
Is there can I look for any keys that would match the type of metal? Like I feel like we should be able to sort through these to go, well, this is obviously the wrong kind of metal, this is obviously the wrong size.
that is true.
Like just to do a quick sorting.
The cage is silver, and the padlock especially is this kind of bright, gleaming silver. So that's what
Okay.
you're looking for. You assume a silver
So
key.
yeah, so I'm gonna
Bright
pick out
silver key.
anything bright silver of the right size and just toss everything else that is obviously
Okay.
not part of it into a pile. So, yes,
Alright.
I'm
no, no,
gonna
no, no,
help
no.
Rodolfo. Yes.
Tarquin,
Because
just
I agree
before
with
he
that.
starts going through, if the cage is magic, the key might be too.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going
Do
to.
you,
I can
can
cast detect magic.
Yes,
yes.
you can.
Yes, I can,
Freely.
and I'm going to do that.
Okay, that helps immensely. But
Good
I will
point.
say there is a multitude of magical keys as well, and as your eyes start to adjust, you can see ones that have evocation, enchantment, abjuration, and your colors are trying to multitude. Like although they're giving away the idea that they're magical, the colored aura makes it difficult to see if they're silver or not. So I would just
Okay.
give me an investigation check with advantage though, because you're
Rodolfo, see
being helped.
any of the auras match the cage's aura.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
You're looking
exactly.
for a white aura of abjuration or an alabaster. Ooh, that was
Come
nearly
on, 17.
17. Okay, let me check my old DC here. Okay.
So
And
I'll
the
pick out all the
DC
ones that have what is it, abjuration? Be like,
yes.
these are the ones that match.
Okay, so while she is picking them out, I'm trying each one in the cage.
Okay. You picked out like 3 different ones that seem to have both abjuration and a silver, and you can fit the first one definitely doesn't fit. Doesn't seem to work. It's way too big. Looks like it's for a like a portcullis gate or something. The other 2 smaller ones do seem to both fit, but you can take one turn doing this and fitting it into the lock. And so Talavar's like already anticipating, waiting. Freedom might be mine, yes. But as that's going on, we're going to jump to Tarquin and quickly just describe what you see.
This just a quick one. This tunnel, you said it's big enough for a medium. Is that a medium creature crawling or a medium creature like walking?
It's kind of going up a ladder into the hole up.
Yeah.
It's kind of on the wall, so I'm going to say you can get through with normal speed, no problem. You don't have to be crawling. You're kind of at an angle though, that's for sure. Okay, so as you're going through and you're realizing this tunnel it's odd. There's nothing about this that looks naturally dug. Give me maybe a nature check, because this moss also perks your senses up. Have you got nature?
Just a second. Nature. I don't have nature, but I will roll it. I'm not very good at it.
Disadvantage because you're exhausted?
That's depressing. That's
I know.
depressing.
Yeah. This moss is like stuff you've never seen before. It's just kind of like a black lining on the interior. It's kind of gross to touch. It's a little bit uncomfortable. No idea really what it is, but nonetheless, you make your way through it and onto the other side through the darkness. You come out and you can see there does appear to be a small cave on the other side that opens up. You can feel roots. You can feel dirt. It's. Can you even see down here?
Apparently not. But now that I'm here,
The herringons don't get dark vision, do they?
yeah, weirdly not. Though,
Okay.
I'm trying to remember. With being a herringon, is that why I can speak Sylvan?
Probably.
I'm trying to remember if I got that naturally as part of being.
Yep.
Because I got some, or it might be from my background. I just want to check that quickly because it will determine what I do. Because if it's something that all herringons get, but then again they're fae, so they won't. Hope so. Okay, so they're fae creatures, so I'm gonna try this. Hey, buddy, it's I've finally managed to slip away from those guys, thinking that that I was coming in here to get you. Where are you? Need to catch up on what's been going on. This guy's caught me back.
You shout this into the darkened
in
tunnel.
Sylvan.
And the response you get back is actually you can hear something. There is voices down here talking. They seem to be distant, but one of them does reply back and goes, "Oh, good. Then you can help us."
Yeah. Alright, what's happening? I've been away for a bit since they ambushed us at when we went to get back that gourd from them.
We've got her now. She's helpless,
Alright.
terrified.
Mind if I light a torch? It's a bit dark in here.
No light.
Right.
As you hear that, you actually hear it in a sort of unnatural tone, something that feels foreboding. The fact that the herringon,
right?
you know, herringon can't see down here.
Yeah.
Really doesn't make much sense.
Tarquin's gonna be looking about, trying to follow the sound of the voice, but he'll have a dagger ready behind his back.
Yeah. You are crawling around in pitch black. And it must be complete darkness for the other herringon, surely.
Mm-hmm.
But nonetheless, they are very adamant on having no light. I'll
my guess out.
let you crawl around for a bit, but I'll say you do find there is two entrances, perhaps like a very cramped looking tunnel though. This one would be a squeeze. It's on the sort of southeastern side. Yeah, you're sort of getting through the barely. At this point, you hear another jingle and another jangle coming from deeper in the cave. And I'm gonna just take you to a different map in a minute. But for now, Tarquin, you're out somewhere deeper in the hill itself.
Hmm.
Okay. All right. What about the rest of you? You're fitting the keys in, weren't you? That's right.
Yes,
Okay.
and hoping.
Well, it's bizarre. There doesn't seem to be much use to. Oh my god! It doesn't seem to be like this key's like turning, like properly, and it feels like you have to force it a little bit. But as you do, there's a flash of silver in your eyes, and you hear the key like snap in the lock, and you fear for the worst at this point, thinking, "Oh god, you've not only got the wrong key, but you've also snapped it, so you can't even attempt to get the next one in." But as it snaps, you see the cage suddenly just swing wide open, and so
Oh,
Delavar looks, "What the? Was that the key? Did you do it?"
hey, out! Get out right now!
Oh,
Get
yeah.
out!
He flaps his wings and immediately flies out and looks down and goes, "Oh, it worked! Yes, it must have been the right key. It must have." And you look at
Oh
the
my
key now, and its silvery luster has gone, and it's now just an iron-looking key stuck in your hand. It busted, it broke, but it seems to be made of iron now.
Is the cage still glowing, or is it also
No,
iron?
there is an abjuration aura around the cage, but you know that it has been uh, like effectively dispelled and broken. So
Right.
it's not
Okay.
that it's gone; it's just that something overcame it.
Rodolfo,
You could
I
even
want
you
to
could give
keep
me an
this
Arcana check as well.
cage. Do you want to keep the cage? Or can I at least set it down?
I don't want it. If you want it, you can have it.
No, I'm going to set it down on this desk over here so that I'm not touching it.
Ugh, Arcana
Yeah,
check was
must have been the
terrible.
right key. Sorry, must have been the right key. You guess. That's what you figure. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. It seems it doesn't look like. I mean, that's not what I would have expected it to do. But what else can you say? The cage is open. All is well.
Worked. You've done. You've done me so great a service.
Hmm.
I will honestly repay you after we're through
Just
with this, and
that
we
you're
have
out.
after we've come to the rescue of Jingle Jangle and freed her from these brigands. I will repay you.
Absolutely understood. Should we go after Tarquin? Should we search the room really quick before we go after Tarquin to see if there's anything else in here
I
that we
think
might need?
I think we can search on the way back, but perhaps we should check on Tarquin first. I'm a little worried.
I've got the torch. Why don't y'all let me go down the tunnel with the torch, Rodolfo? Unless you want to. You've got a
No.
torch too. I mean,
I will be at the back with
okay.
another torch at the back.
I think
Yes.
that's a good idea. I think we'll have one of us up front with the torch and one in the back. So I'm going to go peek down this hole just to see what I can see.
Okay. Tanwen, you notice the strange moss once again. This hole doesn't seem naturally built either. It looks, well, too smooth. You can give me a nature check as well, because you're now actually sort of climbing through the moss.
Well,
This
I'm at the top. I'd like to stop at the top of the hole before I walk in.
Yeah.
And nature. And what I'd like.
Nope. No clue.
I don't recognize it, but I'm going to raise the torch up to it to see if it moves or reacts to the heat and light at all
Oh,
before I crawl in.
okay. That is something that you would notice. And at this point, probably ruling out anything natural. Because as you shine the light over it, the moss flakes and again turns into tiny little spiders and skitters away from you. And perhaps the
Ooh.
light. Yeah.
Y'all, this tunnel is full of tiny little spiders that are reacting badly to the light and heat. I don't know how Tarquin got in,
That-
but I can't tell if the spiders are poisonous or not.
Do you see him
Maybe we should
anywhere?
have Nox take a look since Nox can be a spider, or Are you or Xaxx take a look at this? Just to see if you can identify the spiders?
Yeah, Xaxx is actually very good at seeing in the dark, especially. He would have a very good idea. You can look through, and he says, well, he would mention that the torch has got rid of the obscuring darkness, and you can actually now see through and into the other side, where you don't see any sign of Tarquin, but you do hear a jingling and of keys, and you definitely hear Tarquin's voice getting further away.
Shoot.
He's
Okay.
talking to them.
If Xaxx can identify the spiders, are the spiders poisonous?
He looks at the spiders for a moment as they skitter away and says, "They are not spiders. They have the appearance of spiders, but they're not.
Okay.
Spiders can't burrow through dirt." And he notices that as the spiders do disperse, they're just pushing their way through and into
Okay.
the wall, almost like they're sinking back into it.
Okay. Well, then
Maybe a
I'm
type
gonna
of beetle.
hold the torch. I'm gonna go into the tunnel, hold the torch towards the walls to persuade the little spiderlings to go back into the earth, so I can
Yeah.
try to get on the other side to Tarquin, just to make sure
Okay.
Tarquin's okay.
Yep, Tarquin, your allies are coming up behind you. You can hear their voices too. But as you get deeper in, I'm going to take you to a different map now.
Okay. Is there something I
This,
need to do to get over there, or just wait a
no,
second?
I'm gonna grab everyone
Okay.
in a quick sec. This should be. Actually, Tarquin, you can, as you're traversing the pitch black tunnel, can you give me a wisdom saving throw as well? That's a success.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
so happy about that because it teetered on that one for a few seconds. I'm like, no.
That's the worst when you kind of see it. All right. So now, if I recall, you never went on the mystery mine.
Nope.
I never really got to ask you what that would look like, but I will say this: it feels as though as you're pushing forward, you're suddenly splashing and treading water, and you shake your head for a moment, thinking, well, "That's not possible." You would have had to go down to go into water, and at this point, you're only going on a level cave. It's not going deeper, but you felt for just a brief moment as if you were splashing and treading water, and you stop yourself in your tracks. You tap your foot on the ground and feel again. No, it's solid. It's solid. There's no water here. Must have just been a trick of your mind. Maybe your pitch black down here is playing on your senses, but that's what you felt for a moment. And up ahead, you can hear voices still. And I'm gonna say, let me drag you over here. Okay. This is a very dark map, so forgive me if you literally can't see anything.
It's telling me you don't own a token that has
You should
vision.
now. Sorry, Tom. You should now, though. That's for sure. Let me just also, if I can enable fog of war. Okay. Oh man, it put the hither map on top of it. Ah, dear. Oh well. Let's not use that. Okay. Alright. This will do. Sorry, Tarquin. Yes, as you were pausing for just a brief moment, it perhaps gives your allies a chance to catch up. And Tanwen, you can barely see Tarquin in front of you. Your light does shed enough to see in front of you through the cave that seems to split into smaller tunnels left and right. Another cave ahead of you has an opening, and you can see a reflection from small metallic keys.
Okay. I want to look up first and make sure there's nothing above us. So I'm going to raise my torch as high as I can and just make sure
Okay.
there's nothing on the ceiling about to drop on us.
Always a
And
good shout.
ask Rodolfo to do the same thing. Rodolfo, raise the torch and look above you and make sure there's nothing up there above us about to fall on us.
All right, I'll do that.
You actually find this room is incredibly claustrophobic. It's not high at all.
Okay. But there's nothing, no giant spiders, no oozes, nothing.
Nope, not
Okay.
that. It looks like just more of this moss everywhere you go.
All right.
Um,
Tarquin, we're
yeah,
coming
like,
up. We'll be there in a sec.
Yeah. Tarquin's just
okay.
going to tap his way along. Probably just going straight forward for now. Towards the sound of the
Okay.
jangling, which I assume would be straightforwardish.
It is, yeah. I'm just. So up ahead, the sounds you can hear of talking, it gets clear enough now that you can actually make out what they're saying. And it sounds like taunting. It sounds like the brigands have got Jingle Jangle like tied up, and they're saying like, "Yeah, bet you didn't expect us to come back with this many numbers, did you? Now, you're gonna tell us which keys are worth actually taking, and which ones are just worth breaking." And you hear a snap, as if someone has just taken a key and used pliers to like break the metal. And as that happens, you hear like a slight sobbing coming from inside. There we go. You can see the sobbing seems to be coming from a chair. That, as you look around the corner, you can indeed see a small goblin. She is wearing a kind of a long outfit made of keys, and on the floor next to her there is a flail made of padlocks, and surrounding her are these brigands, all of them with the same clubs and weaponry they had normally, but in addition, a lot of them are carrying a set of keys, and one of them's got like a pair of pliers in their hand. They just snapped one, and you can also see in between one of their teeth, they've also got another key, and they're about ready to break that one as well.
Tarquin, sort of seeing this person sobbing and seeing them break property they've stolen, he can barely see, but without even hesitating, because it's just the sort of person he seems to be. He's always wanting to like help people and put smiles on their face. Immediately will throw a dagger to try to hit the hand that's about to try to break the key.
Okay. In that case, then.
And go, no,
Just
not that one.
roll me just a quick attack. I know there's nothing to target yet, but I'm trying to fix that.
Damn it. Dice, you failed me at the worst time.
It's too dark in here to get a good bead on them, it seems. And as your dagger is tossed through the air, in past their face, the key is actually dropped on the floor as if they flinch.
See,
But you suddenly see just these reflective eyes in the dark of all these Herringon looking back at you.
and Tarquin just goes, I didn't want you to break the wrong one. That's clearly special. Look at it.
Okay, why is this not working?
I mean, look at those teeth. I've not seen a key with teeth like that.
You're the Herringon who came to help us.
Yeah, and I was making sure you didn't break the wrong key. Honestly. Break the wrong key, Bavlorna will be pissed.
Bavlorna?
And Agdon
Oh, we
too.
don't care about her.
Hmm. Fair enough. Well, how can I be of assistance then?
They look to the left of them, and you see Jingle Jangle tied up. And they say, "Did you bring any more keys?"
Yeah, and he will reach into probably his pocket and just jangle some bits of metal in it. Like just like a dagger or something in like his pocket, or his darts, just rattle those together.
Perfect. All right. There we go. You can see this guy now.
Yeah.
There they are. There's about 3 of these herringons surrounding her. And she's tied up, but it doesn't look like she's actually in a particular bind. These restraints look kind of weak, we will say. Jingle Jangle, however, herself, she does not look right of mind. Her head is kind of leant back over the chair, and as you kind of come in, she then hangs her head down and tries to shake, and she continues to shake her head as if almost as if she's trying to wake up from a dream almost. And as she shakes her head, you can hear this constant jingling and jangling sound. What are the rest of you guys doing? Just a quick question.
We're trying to get up to him.
Okay,
So I
you can
guess
do
we're
so.
walking forward.
Yeah.
Can we hear? Are we?
Yeah, you've heard all of this. It's not too far
Okay.
away from you. Yeah.
Tarquin, we're right behind you. And we have really good news. Sir Talivar's free.
Tarquin just probably gives a thumbs up behind his back. And then we'll speak to the Harengon. I think I might now break this one's mind. And he'll take a couple of steps forward.
Okay,
Sort
sure.
of stand behind this one. And then he'll pull out his electrum whistle that only Faye can hear. Though
Okay.
they don't know what this is. And go, if what I was told is true about this whistle, and if I whistle in someone's direction, it'll get them to do exactly what I want for a bit. It's a whistle of command.
Well, why didn't you say? That sounds perfect. Let's see what effect it has.
So he says, "Oh, I'm gonna regret that." Sort of in his head, he said, "I'm gonna regret this," because he himself, being a Fae, puts this to his lips, and at the last moment will turn to this Harengon and blow it right in his ear, full volume.
Okay. They look around to you, and what this Harengon screams almost as loudly as the whistle does. And as it screams, Tarquin, I need you to make another wisdom save, because there's something about the scream that goes up in pitch and almost wails like that of a banshee. No humanoid creature can make something as terrifying sounding as that. But perhaps the whistle manages to drown it out, and you know something fishy is going on here, but you are able to resist whatever scream effect that was.
Yeah.
And
he just sort of looks at them and just goes, "I saw you were about to scream. You interrupted me." And then he's, you know what, just because at this point I'm just trying to think if there's a way for this to go non-violently still.
Well, as you're doing that, there's another Faringon that looks around and says, "What? I told you no lights! No lights!" And that torch that you're holding, Tanwen, they can see it, because of course it's giving off light, and it just suddenly snuffs out. And I'm going to reduce your light down to 0 again. I think, Rodolfo, you've got one too. The other Harengon, so there's 3 in total here. The other one waves its hand, and suddenly you see the light in your arm also completely snuff out as well, and you're plunged into darkness.
I am in the back in the tunnel. Does that make any difference?
Not necessarily know, because if you can tell, if you can see a light source, it's
Yeah.
it's giving vision of you. And these guys have got vision down the tunnel,
Mhm.
so. But I will say they line up to do this at the very least, because they can see the light coming down the tunnel. They go into line of sight. You see
Mhm.
these three herringon, and they snuff it out magically somehow. You've not realized herringon were trained in such ways, but nonetheless, at this point, I'm going to ask you guys to go quickly into initiative,
Yep.
and we'll see what happens. Because
Yeah.
I think Xaxx has something for this, and I'm just going to check if he has. Eyes of the Night. Yes, he does. Okay.
Yes, but you can only give that to. With willing creature, you can see up to a number of creatures equal to your wisdom modifier.
Amazing.
Wisdom
Okay.
modifier is
It's
5, so he can give it to.
The people who need it.
Yeah, well, he'd have because it has a range of 10 feet, so he'd have to position himself for it.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, he's done really well on
In-
initiative today.
In any case,
That will probably be what he'll do first once things get started.
okay. Rodolfo, just need you to roll, and then we can get.
I know. I'm sorry. My Foundry is loading.
Oh, okay.
It
No problem.
stalled out, and it's taking a while to load back up.
No problem. All right. So
Here we go.
that's cool. Tarquin, you seem to be completely immune to all of these strange effects going on.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, I'm gonna have
They seem to
this
be,
one.
for want of a better word, they seem to be trying to go with a fear thing. And Tarquin is a creature of joy. And as far as he's concerned, they're not made of water, so he doesn't care.
This one runs forward, Tarquin, and then jumps into the wall where that moss is and disappears straight through it. Rodolfo, so Talavar and Tanwen see this herringon pull themselves out of the wall, and their bones and arms seem to almost click in odd angles, almost like they just dislocated themselves as they pulled themselves around. In addition to that, they also appear to be climbing on the walls like spiders. And this one's yeah.
How do I didn't think I was close enough for Xaxx to cast the spell on me.
No,
Do I
you actually
He'll
can't
have
do
to
this
do
yet.
it. He'll have to do it on his turn.
Yeah,
Okay. So we're not Rodolfo and I aren't seeing this then.
true. That's true.
It's
Okay.
pitch black.
That's very true. Well, but you were about to see it because Xaxx is coming up very soon. So, in the meantime, though, Tam, you can give me a wisdom save as you are in pitch black.
All right. That's what
In
I get
fact-
for opening my mouth.
Perfect. Okay. So, Tanwen, your fears of. I know you've got. I know I've asked you about your worst potential fear, but anything else like creature-wise that's fearful in Tanwen's mind? They're not obviously put off by spiders, but something like snakes or anything, or have they got no fears of the natural
you-
world?
Do you want a natural one or like? I'm sure
No, if
she'd
you
be
got
afraid of orcs and
orcs. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. No, an orc is fine. They're creatures that tend to invade and raid settlements in forests. In fact,
Right.
you heard of such a tribe known as the Cinderstake tribe. They would come through the forest, and they're called Cinderstake because they literally leave nothing but cinders in their wake, and they usually stake the villages of whatever town they've raided on them.
Mhm.
So you see this orc, even in pitch black, this orc seems to be giving off enough light, and you can hear this grunting sound down the tunnel. And you hear in Orcish, although I don't think you speak it. Oh, you do speak Orc. Oh, perfect. I don't know how you know the language of your most hated enemy, but you definitely hear them say.
Because we were responsible for scouting areas
Right.
and reporting back to the authorities in the major cities what we were finding. So my character was taught Orcish, enough Orcish that if I overheard the camp, if I were able to sneak up on a camp, I could hear what they were saying and report back. Also, if I were taken prisoner, I could at least respond.
Okay. Well, then you hear them say, Tom Brock, and translated briefly as kill them, take no prisoners. And that's what you hear coming around the corner. I'm going to quickly jump back up. Tanwen, it is your go. This terrifies you. The fact that there are orc down here. You are under the frightened condition.
I'm gonna grab my quarterstaff. I'm gonna say, "Oh my God, I hear orcs," and I'm not gonna do anything else other than hold my quarterstaff at ready because I can't see. I don't know what's around me, and I don't want to move in the wrong direction.
Okay.
So I'm gonna, I guess, grab my quarterstaff and hold my action.
Okay. So Xaxx steps forward, and where the torches have failed, the moon will shed light in its stead, and he's going to activate Eyes of the Night on everyone
Thank you so much.
around
Xaxx.
him. Eyes of the Night grants everyone what he sees. The eyes you're seeing through his eyes now, effectively. What he has is 100. No, he doesn't. He has 300 dark vision, which is enough to see almost everything in this place. It is dim light, like dim vision, but nonetheless, it's enough to see all the way through this cave system. And I'm going to give it to Nox as well, just because he can. And as he kind of places a hand on you, you know that there's that moment where everything in the deepest gloom suddenly becomes visible, and yeah, he shares that vision with you. That's an action. That's mostly what he's going to do. But Tanwen, you can see in the corner of your eye, this orc is charging down the tunnel towards you.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it the one that's laying on its side right there?
Yep, it's
Okay.
this orc right here.
All right, then I am going to rush forward and play whack an orc with my quarterstaff
If
after I
only
cast.
you could, but you are frightened and you cannot move a muscle towards it.
Oh,
So
okay.
the frightened condition means it's an odd one, but you can't move towards your target of fear, and any attacks you make against them are at disadvantage.
Okay.
Got rid of my frightened condition. There
Oh,
we
I
go.
thought I put it on there.
No, I think I put it on first, and then you clicked it again, and it went off. It's all
I
good.
am
It's fine.
so sorry. I
No, it's no
apologize.
problem.
Um,
So you can basically make a ranged attack with disadvantage is the only thing you could do. Whilst you're
oh,
seeing the source of your fear, everything you do is pretty much disadvantage.
okay. I guess I will shoot it with an arrow.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
I'll let you do that much, but it's still a disadvantage.
And longbow.
Okay.
Oh,
An
so
11
I missed.
does miss. Yeah, shaken up by the sight of this orc suddenly charging towards you. Yeah, you realize these are the enemy. Well, how many have you clicked?
Okay.
My goodness.
I'm sorry. I was trying to fix my inventory. So,
Okay. Goodness. All right, there we go. I got rid of the sun. Okay, so that arrow goes completely wide. It is one of these Herringon right next to you, Tarquin. And in fact, there's some more I need to add to the total on it. I just totally forgot about these boys. Hopefully they are still hidden. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, so this one turns to you and with a sinister laugh. You don't really think we were fooled, do you?
I mean,
You're not one of us.
I mean, looking at you, you look like you could be fooled pretty easily.
Then perhaps I should change into something more intimidating.
I mean, to be honest, anything's an improvement. I mean, you look ugly as shit.
At this point, it just strikes out instead. Oh, yeah, it misses in its rage.
I
He
mean,
taunted it
I mean,
just enough.
it's just like, you can't even hit me. And, you know what?
However, at the start of your turn, you need to make another wisdom save.
Of course I do.
Just for being in its aura. And that's a pass.
Yeah.
You see, as it's striking you, he's not doing it with a club. You see his herringon paw like grow unnaturally large claws, like it's a were-rabbit, and its fangs suddenly drip with blood. You're like, what the hell is this thing? But yeah, like you say, it's
Like,
nothing you haven't seen before.
just
You've
like,
seen costume changes.
It's like, boop.
Oh, okay. Oh, nasty. Yeah, that'll definitely knock this thing out. But let me just show you what. Gonna put it back on 1 for a second. When you strike this creature, you smack the fur off of its head. It melts away and shimmers, and you see a creature, perhaps for what it truly is, in just a brief moment. And this demise shatters it. All of these little shadowy creatures, like insects, skitter away. You see its tail and ears slither away like snakes. And that's it. You see this creature disappear, disperse, gone.
And
Mhm.
then for my bonus action, Monk Punch. Ah, miss. Shame.
Just barely, okay.
Do I want to spend a key point to make that a flurry?
Quick question: How do you can you see down here? I mean,
I'm right next to it.
okay, sure. But you are in dark vision. You are in darkness.
Yeah.
So-
You know what? Because of what I want to try to do, I am gonna. I will spend the. Can I spend the key point to turn that into a flurry of blows to do another hit?
You can, yeah, but I'm gonna say they should be a disadvantage from now on.
Okay, I will. So close.
That one's a miss, just barely. It
It's
seems as
like-
though it melded into the shadows, dodging your attacks. You got one more, right?
No, that's all of my attacks at this point because I
Okay.
only get 3 at most.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, they're tricky to hit. It's almost like they're lighter than what they should
I've
be.
still got movement, so I'm gonna move to Jingle Jangle and try to
Okay.
grab them and try to move them 5 feet this way. You said they didn't
Okay.
seem like chained or anything.
No, they're not chained, but the bindings are very weak. You do end up pulling the chair with them,
Yeah,
or at least toppling them over.
yeah.
And Jingle Jangle for a moment just sort of like, huh? What? Huh? Get off me! They seem to like not really be aware of the total situation that's going on here.
Never fear, the
And-
Witchlight Monarch is here to bring you joy and beat these boys.
Yeah. You a herringon as well? What?
No, I am a Bunagon. We're like Herringon, but we're much better
You're-
looking.
You're one of them.
No,
You're one
no.
of them. Get
I'm.
your hands off me.
I've said this before. Do you honestly think they could dress this stylish?
Okay. Give me a quick persuasion check. Jingle Jangle is clearly under some sort of duress. And they are like, no, just more tricks! Get out of my head! They sort of scream. And they seem to fall onto the floor sideways with the chair. But not fighting back, but they are like flailing. Almost as if they're trying to like wake up. Unfortunately, you don't get very far with her though.
No, I
She's
don't
unwilling
have,
to move.
I have very little movement anyway. I only have 20 feet at the moment due to exhaustion.
Okay.
So I've got the 2 levels.
As he kind of like lands into the moss, you see the moss actually kind of reacts and begins circling around them. You see like masks of screaming faces sort of encircling Jingle Jangle. She is under some horrible effect. That's going to end your turn?
Yep.
Okay, Rodolfo, you're up.
Okay.
You would see that as well, what's happening up ahead.
I do not like any of this. I'm going to crawl up to just behind Tanwen, and I'm going to give her protection from evil and good.
Okay.
Which, if she's charmed, frightened, or possessed, she has advantage on any saving throws against the relevant effect. As long as these creatures are aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead.
That is a very powerful spell in this instance.
Okay. So that's, yep, so she has advantage for her next save. And that's pretty much all that I can do. I'm going to crawl behind Sir Talavar, and I'm going to say, use your breath weapon, and go hide. I'm basically hiding in the tunnel.
It does even better, Rodolfo. The target can't be frightened or possessed by them.
Yeah.
They lose the frightened condition. You just shed it from them, like completely.
Oh, cool. Okay.
They don't even have to roll a save from that. Yeah, whilst under this effect, you see Tanwen in front of you. That orc, that vision of the orc suddenly melts away completely, and instead you see a Herringon standing there for a moment. But I'm going to go even further than that because you can't be charmed or anything. You see this creature's form melt and shimmer and reveal some sort of shadowy monster, but it seems constantly shifting. It's like trying to turn into another fear. It's like wanting to dig into your mind and find those fears, but it can no longer do that now that you've got this protection. So it's just sort of warping in midair.
Okay.
Okay. And Rodolfo is backed up.
Yep.
Anything else? I think that's your go, right?
That's my go. Yeah, I don't really have a bonus.
No problem. Down deeper, somewhere in the tunnels, you hear a skittering sound again.
Behind me?
It sounds like it's further in to the tunnels.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if they can perhaps shore up that skittering. Yeah, that's better. Some of you have got really good high passive perceptions. So
mine's a 17, as is Xaxx,
yeah.
I think.
You can hear it, and it suddenly shifts from wherever it was skittering to somewhere like 30 feet away from you. You're not sure if it's the same creature or if there's two of them, but it seemed like it just shifted suddenly. Your passive perception's what now, Tarquin?
17.
17? You see what happens when that skittering appears, or rather, you can't.
I
You've
can
got no
hear
vision.
where it appears.
You definitely hear it. The skittering is trying to creep up on you, but it's invisible to you right now. That's all I can do with that one. Jingle Jangle. Unfortunately for her, she is having a real hard time right now. She's flailing on the floor, and she's like, "Don't break any more keys, please, no." That's it. She's still under this horrible condition. So Talavar finally has full go. All right, enough of this. He's gonna fly into the room, draw his sword, his tiny little sword, and he's like, "Right, time to get to work." adage.
Hmm.
And he starts swiping through the air, but might have a better use of a spell here. Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, if he can polymorph
Some
me
dancing
into something,
light.
if he could, that would be helpful.
There you go.
Yes.
As he
That's
swings
better.
the sword, as he swings adage in the air, you see one globe, two globes, and three phosphorus little globes of light suddenly spin around and provide ample vision for you. Let's just whack it out there. He probably sends one down that way, one down that way. You can see a lot clearer now, Tarquin?
I
Yeah.
can see around me. Yes.
Okay, can you see the creature skittering up on you?
Yes.
That is what you see. A hideous insectoid-like creature, hairs sticking out of its back like spines, and where it would have hands, instead sharpened mandibles that are snapping towards your ears. This is what you see before
Yeah.
you.
You okay?
Tarquin just sort of
Really
looks to the Herengom like thing behind me. He's like, and I thought you were ugly.
Okay.
These creatures hiss at the light. Ah! Too bright! No! Turn it off! Turn it off! And they are like reeling back from the globe. No! Oh, don't like the light, do we?
Creatures of
Well,
the
I've got
night
three
shall
of
be
them.
banished by the light.
I've got 4 of them, one for each of you. Now come out of hiding and fight. And that's going to be his action to do that, the cantrip. Okay. Meadlock number 2 springs forth. Ah! Put it out! He's going to rush forward to try and hit Sir Talavar, but with this bright light, disadvantage. Ah! Yeah, he just flails in the air and makes a very poor, sloppy attempt to even strike Sir Talavar. Poor form. Nox, you're up.
I'm going to use my wild shape to transform into my wolf form.
Okay.
Use
Should be able to click through the things and do that.
Program menu. Wolf. Oh.
There we go. Ta-da! Nice. I think it changed your vision, so I'll quickly change that back for you.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Alright. And did you want to make any movement?
No, I don't really want to move towards the enemy just yet. I think I'm gonna just stay here for a moment and
Okay.
just weigh up my options later on.
Yep, no problem. One of these Herringon again grow abnormally large paws and claws and try to swing at Sir Talavar. They actually manage to connect. And I think apparently it's a concentration for dancing lights, which he does manage to maintain. In fact, hold on a minute. Shouldn't this be disadvantage? Yes. I'm going to re-roll that. Just because that should have been a 14, which would miss. Thank God. Okay, so Talavar brings around a globe of light and shines it straight into the face of this creature as it tries to strike him. And there we go. Back, fiend. Alright, nice. That leads us to the last one on the turn order. Coming around the side. You hear a skittering to this direction, to the east, coming down another tunnel. With your dark, dim vision, you would spot this thing. Let's see. It's going to target Xaxx with this one, as it's probably the only one it can see from here.
Wisdom save.
And you'll have to roll a wisdom save. Oops, shouldn't have targeted Sir Talabot.
I'm just checking he doesn't have any bonuses or anything, but I don't.
He does. He has +7 is what he has, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like Xaxx passed. Even with all this protective measures, it seems Xaxx is succumbing to one of his worst fears, and only Xaxx can see and hear what that is. Xaxx is now frightened.
That's fine.
And in addition to that, nope, that's it. He's just frightened. Okay, back to the top of the round. Okay, so there's globes of light everywhere in here, thanks to Sir Talabot, but this thing is nonetheless going to come forward, and it's actually going to go for Xaxx, which makes it a flat roll for this. Yeah, that hits. Max damage. So you see this creature reach out, and its shadow form wraps its arm around Xaxx's throat. And although there doesn't seem to be any physical injuries on him, you definitely hear Xaxx sort of call out in pain, perhaps scream, as they're witnessing some terrible fear manifest. Tanwen, it's your go.
I'm gonna play whack a monster.
Yep.
So with my shillelagh. So there you go. Also, can I use my feature favored foe to deal extra damage if I connect?
You can do that, yep, if you hit it, I think.
Yes.
So it's when you hit a creature. So you don't have to use it until you hit it. And I will also save you the use of a favored foe, because you'll find that even just one whack of the quarterstaff seems to send this shadow dispersing into nothing.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, you don't worry. It seems to have such little HP that one quick whack with the quarterstaff is enough. And as a result of that, it sort of lets out its own scream. Almost sounds like a clownish laugh as well, like and disperses. It's gone.
Okay.
You want to
And I'm gonna
make
stand
any
next to
movement?
Xaxx since Xaxx is incapacitated, and I don't want to leave him alone. So I think that's
Okay.
the end of my turn.
Okay, with
Right.
Xaxx, I'm going to Sacred Flame the Meanlock that he's afraid of, because that seems like a natural reaction.
Yeah, it also works to kind of bypass the frightened condition.
Made the save, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I thought
Let's
it
get
might
out of
have
there.
disadvantage because it's like light-based or something. Is it flame-like radiance?
You know what, I'll check. Yeah, hold on. Light sensitivity. Disadvantage on attack rolls and perception checks. So no, not on saves though. It kind of leaps out of the way of the light in time.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, because he can still move, right?
Yeah, just not towards the mean lock.
Okay, then he'll move there, so his line of sight is cleared from the mean lock at the moment.
Okay.
And into like more of the light, but that is probably all he's going to do, because I don't think he has any bonus actiony stuff he can do at the moment.
Alrighty.
No, I'm pretty sure he's already used that. No, is that bad day? Yeah. Okay, which is Tarquin, so... Tarquin... Purely because of how he feels about such things, let's whack a rabbit. Unfortunately, that's a miss. I don't know why I'm
It
still
is a
going to
bit.
Meanlock. And then he'll follow that up with a punch to it. Wow, I'm sucking on rolling.
Yeah, unfortunately. It's not hitting it.
That is... and then with my movement, I'm going to try to drag Jingle Jangle to just sort of drag them around me to here. It's forced movement, so it shouldn't cause any.
They are unwilling to move, as I've mentioned before.
Yeah.
They're kind of flailing on the floor right now.
Yeah. He tries,
Sadly.
but he fails.
If you want to make a more concerted effort to try and help them, you can, but just pulling them doesn't seem to wake them out of this. Okay. It is Rodolfo's go.
Okay. I don't want to move too far out of the safety of the tunnel here. But can I? Do I have a clear view of this guy, or like is he? It's not blocked by anything. Yeah.
No,
Okay.
there's cave walls, kind of creating a bit of a tunnel, but there is a bright light given off by the dancing lights, and yeah,
Okay.
you can visibly see him.
Cool. Let us blast him. From the safety of the thing, that's a miss. Damn it. Okay. I will stay where I am. There's nothing else that I can do. I am
Okay, no worries.
staying in the safety of behind the wolf.
Okay, this creature doesn't want to be in the light. Also get rid of Sir Talavar. That's literally it. What they got to do to deal with these lights. In fact, I also forgot something else on initiative count 20. Layer actions. Let's go with. Oh, I already snuffed the light out last time. Okay. Now we're gonna spawn a new rot monster. So, out of the shadows again, they seem to pull this moss up, and it seems to form into one of those strange shadows as before. Let me grab. There they are. Gonna roll him onto initiative. That starts at kind of initiative count 20, so. There he is. Alright. So this monster is now pulled away from the kind of mossy lumps on the wall. He then also rushes forward and tries to strike at Sir Talavar with his claws. It does hit, but he makes the concentration save, continuing to hold those lights. Oh goodness, I'm surrounded.
That just means it's a fair fight, Sir Talavar. You can beat them with your skill.
Let's hope so. This one is gonna teleport through the wall. You can see it very clearly. Tarquin, it just pulls itself through the same hole it merged, and then on the other side skitters out. Now on the ceiling and looks towards. Let's go with Knock. I'm gonna give you a wisdom saving throw. Oh, they're still targeting that. Apologies, that was the wrong thing entirely. Here. Try again. That's what I wanted to click. I tell him. Apologies. Alright, there we go. That's what I wanted to do. Did you get a wisdom save to pop up? There it is. Cool. 19? Yeah, you shrugged this thing off. Oh, I should also mention, Nox, you would be pretty resistant to this as well. And so should have Xaxx. I totally forgot. Basically, the people who rode on the mystery mine, because you confronted your fears, you actually have advantage on these checks as well.
Oh, hey.
Do you want me to
Nice.
re-roll for Xaxx for last time, see if he's... Because it wouldn't make a difference to the effect anyway. because he was using a saving throw. So
Yeah, you can do, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's much better. So Xaxx
I had a feeling there
remembered
was something.
these terrible fears of him and the mystery mine come to a head, and you realize it was all just an illusion. And that's what's happening right now. In his head, these things aren't his actual worst fear. They're just creatures that can be slain. And the same goes for you, Nox. You're seeing this thing come towards you, creepily crawling across the ceiling, and you know it's easy to banish these things. You just need to face them head on. Jingle jangle, jingles on the floor, and says, "No, no, my keys! You've come to loot them. You've come to steal my pie as well, I bet." She's not having a good time. So Televar's up. He is in the aura of a lot of meadlocks, though. He's going to need to roll a wisdom save. He's good. Let's check something. Yeah, he's in the aura of 2 of them. He is surrounded. Oh, yeah, okay. So Televar, unfortunately, though he's magical resistant.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on, we got more. He's also got resistance to magic, which means he passes. So, yeah, he's getting surrounded by these meadlocks, and these menacing creatures seem to have an aura about them. So Televar has his own magical aura that's now shining bright in a purplish hue, and he swooshes his tail around, whipping them in the face, saying, "No, naughty! Stop trying to make me terrified. I fear nothing." And he swings his sword around, and let's we go for a spray? Could blind them. No, we're just gonna get some damage in here. Okay, so natural 20. Well, that's definitely got that one out of the out of the picture. He slices and banishes one of these shadowy puppet creatures, and they're gone. After that, the meanlocks go. Still trying to deal with Sir Talavar. He'll go for a set of claws on him. Well, it could have been a natural 20, but these lights blinding the creatures seem to have a great deal of effect. Knocks her up.
Nox, can you grab Jingle Jangle and see if you can drag her away from that area?
I'm gonna move by Xaxx because it'll benefit my pack tactics to be around people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There.
You also notice that Jingle Jangle is not willing to be moved. So if you do want to drag them, it would take a concerted effort to literally grab them. But if you want to just go for an attack, that's also totally cool.
And I'm gonna attack the mean lock in front of me.
Yep, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Ah, wow.
Wait, you got pack tactics, so you can roll. We can re-roll that.
Yay!
That's better. Nice. Okay, yeah. You bite into this creature. It's not like the other, where it was like this shadowy stuff. It seems physical, and you feel a hard carapace like an insect. And okay, you can also see it's kicking you away. Doesn't fall prone. Quite strong, but you got some damage in at the very least.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Okay, that's my turn.
All right. Let's go to Meanlock that's creeping around the back here. Does come up behind you, Tanwen. Still in the light, so disadvantage. Yep. That was close. You feel a scratching on your back as this creature has crawled around on the wall and is trying to swipe at you, but to no avail. Tanwen, you'll go.
Okay, I am gonna ignore the moonlog behind me. I am going to try to drag Jingle Jangle out of this fear area. So I'm going up to Jingle Jangle and I'm going to say, keys and pies and a nice surprise, but if you want these gifts, you have to rise.
And in rhyme as well. Beautiful. I'm going to quickly also take another swipe as you run past a couple of these. Thankfully, though, you duck out of the way as you're saying this. Jingle Jangle's eyes go wide as well. They look towards you like, huh? What a beautiful rhyme! Yes, I would love some pie. She tries to get up, and I'm going to give her a chance to snap out of this with a wisdom save. Is 14 is actually a save, and you see she grabs onto you. She's like trying to come with you this time around, and you can use
I moved 25 feet, so can I move 5 feet back out with
yeah.
her?
Yeah. In fact, you could go here and there. You go.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you see Jingle Jangle seems momentarily unfazed by the horrible screaming sounds around her. She looks up to you with these kind of warm-looking eyes and a smile spreads across her face. She says, "Oh, thank you. What are these creatures? Ah!"
Let's get somewhere safe and we'll talk about it. We need to get the rest of them, make the rest of them go away. But we'll talk to you. We'll talk about it when we're somewhere safe. Let's get you safe.
All right. Xaxx is up.
Xaxx's sacred flames, the one directly in front of him.
Nice. All this time you catch him off guard, and it burns up his leg. And Radiance does seem to do some decent damage, but it's also the kind of bright light. They're like, no, you're ruining everything. You ruined everything. Tarquin, you'll go.
Tarquin, probably as they turn around at this bright light, Tarquin just hits him in the back of the head. God damn it, dice!
No.
And then for the offhand martial
Dice,
arts.
what can you give that?
Finally!
That one hits.
Minimal
Crack.
damage, but still, you know what? I'm annoyed enough, and will probably short rest. I'm turning that into flurry of blows, and I'm punching again.
Okay.
Just take another
Hits.
Nice.
That snaps
There
one of
you
the
go.
mandibles off of its face, and it looks cracked and really beaten up. This one. No.
creature of fear, you have no chance. When the carnival cards are here, we'll do a happy dance.
Oops. Did we skip Rodolfo?
Sorry, we did. Yeah, it's your turn. Rodolfo.
Not that I'm doing much. I'm just gonna do one Eldritch Blast. But no. Never mind. Okay,
No.
nothing happens. Continue
Sorry. Okay. These creatures are very nimble, it looks like, skittering from one shadow to the next. And I think that's what this guy's going to do. He's going to take one swipe at Sir Talavar. He can get... I keep forgetting these layer actions. Okay, the layer action for this, they're going to snuff out the light right here. Gone. Sending you into complete darkness, Tarquin, and finally getting a flat roll on Sir Talavar. This time it connects. Oh, so Talavar still holding concentration on the light. Although he looks at one of them and goes, "Well, that's not supposed to happen. I don't that. What? I didn't put that out." These creatures have a real hatred for shiny things, don't they? All right. After that, it's also going to slip away now. And this light's kind of gone. And where should we send it? It appears directly in front of you, Rodolfo, almost pulling itself out of the ground and emerging. This is the very injured one. It's obviously trying to pull away from the fight, but
Hmm.
in fact, it's got movement still, so it's actually gonna run
I get-
around behind you. It's
Okay.
not gonna leave your range, but it's circle rounds behind you. Perhaps even try to use you as cover for the next horrible things about to happen. Jingle
Okay.
Jangle has had enough of this. They snatch up that large flail of padlocks I mentioned that was sitting on the floor, and she swings it with all her might towards this one right here. Excuse me, coming through. She does have dark vision because she's the goblin, so she just swings that flat. Does she hit? Yeah, she does. Crack, and you hear the sound, jingling sound of keys and padlocks, and 1, 2, 3 padlocks strike across this thing's face. Yeah, take that. All right, that's her go. So Talavar will do the same as well. And this. Goodness, he's getting some work done in there. +5. Yes, so Talavar's a very dexterous creature. He swings around and stabs right into its eye. That's for all the fear you've been inducing. This Melock is also looking very, very bad. So 10, Tarquin. Just gonna try and. Oh god. It's tables of 10, but it really needs to deal with Sir Talavar if anything's gonna go their way. And completely misses. Okay, it too suddenly pulls away out of the darkness, disappearing. Yep, just vanishes. Although, yeah, you can't see it. There'd be a wall there, but it definitely pulled away into this wall on the left, on the right side. Nox.
So I can move that.
We got the wrong tool selected on there.
No, I was. I don't know why my thingy was moving then. Trying to work out my pack tactics kind of thing.
This one won't have pack tactics, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'm just gonna straight up bite this thing in the face. Oh.
You need no
Yeah.
pack tactics.
Didn't need them.
Damn,
Don't need
okay,
them with
nice.
attack. Yeah.
8 points piercing damage, and I'll give a strength save. So we can get a natural 2. Yep, this one doesn't see you coming around the corner, and you pounce on it, ripping it from the wall and slamming it to the ground. Yeah, it's prone. Okay. Anything else?
I think that's everything I can do at the moment.
Okay, nice.
I'm good.
Oh, it's its turn right after that, in which case it's gonna stand right back up. Ah! Ah! And slices at you with its own claws. Ah! This one should be a disadvantage too, actually, because it's in the damn light. The cursed light! Wow, so yeah, it would have been a 10. It misses completely.
Yeah, no.
Alright. Just undo the...
Yeah.
undo that damn... Oh, you didn't take it down. Okay, you're good. Alright, yeah, it just swipes. Tries to get away from you as well. But as you would expect to try and make an attack of opportunity, it instead just teleports and vanishes into the shadow once again. Gotta get away. Alright, there we go. It's hiding somewhere around here, but it's gone. Tanwen.
Okay, I'm gonna shout, We need to get out of here before more of those things come. Jingle, jingle. Is there anything that they brought down here that you need to retrieve before we get out of here?
She looks down at the keys on the floor and she says, "Oh, my poor keys. Well, I can always fix them."
Okay, I'm gonna try to scoop up as many keys as possible. Um, so that she will come on and we can get out of here. So that's gonna be my
Okay.
action. I'm gonna try to get all these keys out of here
Sure.
and then move.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that as an action. Pick up all the spare keys and the other ones that have been shattered.
Okay.
And
And then I'm gonna use my movement to go up to Rodolfo.
okay. Xaxx is up.
You can't see anything else, so probably head here, and this one's still alive, right?
You see two creatures. Yeah, one's hiding behind Rodolfo, and the other one's on the ceiling.
One's... Yeah, let's go for the behind Rodolfo, because it's blocking our
Okay.
exit. Success.
It does. It's using Rodolfo like a shield and dodges behind them. Sneaky tactics. Tarquin, you're up.
Let's get to there. He can't get in range, but let's go for a thrown dagger attack.
On the mean one? That's
yeah.
a hit. Oof. Yeah. Even with hiding behind Rodolfo, that still connects.
But my offhand one doesn't.
Yeah. That one kind of clashes off the ceiling.
And before
This
he
one-
moved, could he have picked up the dagger that he attempted to throw at the
Yeah.
other one earlier?
Yeah, no problem. Okay, Rodolfo, you got one snuck up behind you.
Yep. I'm not gonna. Well, I can't spell it. So I'm going to.
Looking pretty low.
Let's try my brand new hand axe. Oh, I forgot to target it. That's only a 7. Doesn't matter.
Oh,
Garbage.
yeah. Right, so it clamps its mandibles around the axe head as you're trying to swing down on it. Looks like it's really fighting for its life. And with the other mandible, it swipes across your face, trying to claw you. It connects.
Oh, come on.
Mm.
Constitution saving throw.
What are you
And now-
concentrating on?
Oh, it's my detect magic. But
Oh, okay.
never mind. Yeah.
So you took. Should have taken 9 slashing damage.
I didn't.
think
I'll
I-
do that now.
I think you had some temp hit points.
Oh,
Did,
that's
yeah.
right. That's right. That's what it was.
Okay, well then. In that case, that's fine. You had a lot, apparently. Alright, this creature on the side here closes in on... yeah, let's go for Tarquin.
Come at me, bro.
Yeah, fine. Okay. It jumps from the ceiling and lands down with a strike. Natural 20? That'll do.
Does
Damn.
it have disadvantage because of the light about?
This light doesn't quite catch him. I've moved in
That's fair.
just in between the two lights.
Tarquin
Oh my
takes the
God.
blow.
And as it swipes through you, you feel no physical injury, but instead feels like your mind is being torn in two. Okay. That's it. Let's go. Jingle jangle. Don't worry, I got it. Ah! And she rushes up behind him, tries to knock it from the ceiling. Yeah. Yeah. Have a
Returns the
crit
nat
yourself.
20.
Oh no, Tarquin, sorry. It's so
Ah!
it's so unwieldy. There you go. But this thing gets completely shattered into skittering snakes and spiders. You're right. These are just shadows.
Yep.
Shadows of my mind.
Shadows of your mind that try to torture it, so treat them in kind and hit them with your instrument.
And nothing but bullies.
Hmm.
Couldn't said it better myself. Alright. Let's get out of here while they're hiding away. And you see Sir Televar swing by and slice at this Meanlock as he goes past. Yeah! Nice! Oh! He beheads the thing! And yeah, you see this creature collapse onto the ground, sort of twitching for a moment before it starts to shrink, visibly shrinking away and turning into a darker and darker shadow, like it's a stain on the ground before it fully sinks away. Nothing but shadow stuff. Alright, the path is clear. And so Televar leads the way out.
I'm going to give Tarquin a good berry. I have 4 left, so now I have 3. So he can get at least a little bit of healing back.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought combat was over.
Not quite, no. They managed to sneak and teleport away, but they... I mean, they can teleport back through the wall as well. In fact, they're going to do that. And they're going to try and grab Jingle Jangle. Go with... It's got such shit strength. You'd think for a creature with big mandibles. Yeah, that about tracks. It tries to grab onto Jingle Jangle, but instead just pulls away another key from the dress of many keys. I'll bring you up a picture in a second, in fact. But this thing fails miserably, and it's actually open to pack tactics right behind you, Nox.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn around and then bite its face off.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll click on this guy and then shift click on.
Ship.
Oh,
Yeah, that's definitely a hit. You can crit fish if you want.
did it not?
Oh.
No, it didn't roll their advantage, so just re-roll again.
Okay.
No, sadly not.
So,
Okay.
but still, you've done enough damage to this thing, like you said, biting its face off. It's got mandibles itself, but you bite through those and snap them off. And it looks like it almost shrinks and cowers in the same motion, as if these guys are no fight. No, they're not putting up much of a fight anymore, it looks like.
I'm just gonna do a victory howl. I'm not gonna perform that because that's just weird, but yeah.
This Meanlock other one teleports back through the wall it came through and is trying to do the same. No! No! We need you. We need you to survive. We were born from you. And this thing tries to use its nightmare guise on Jingle Jangle. And at this point, you see Jingle Jangle's eyes go wide again, and that terror takes hold. No, no! She kind of whimpers for a moment, drops the padlocks to the ground, and she kind of holds her head and like screams again. And it's back to you, Tanwen. These creatures are clearly out to torment Jingle Jangle.
All right. Am I still under the spell where I can't be frightened?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to come down and I am going to play Whack-A monster.
I think
So-
this one's prone, isn't it, due to the bite?
Yeah, right?
'Cause
It failed the save.
Yeah, so
Oh,
you'd have so
okay.
you'd have advantage on it. Is the point? If you wanted to
Oh.
attack that one and finish it off.
Yeah.
Oh,
Also, you
okay,
can
then-
stand on
yeah.
Jingle Jangle Square, technically, because she's a small
No,
creature.
then Yeah, then I'm gonna. Okay, Alt. Get the creature. Inventory. Quarter staff shillelagh.
Should probably do it. Yeah, that one does it. Yeah, you crack and split this thing's skull.
Okay.
It is no more.
Okay. And I'm gonna reach over and grab Jingle Jangle's hand and say, "Remember the keys. Remember the pies. Please, please, please. Let's go outside."
Oh, she is trying, but it seems as though there seems to be like a tug of war in her own mind right now. Xaxx is up as well. He might just be able to.
I'm gonna try and toll the dead just to be different.
Yeah, that hits.
It fails, and I like to think that in this case, the toll of the dead is the sound of like a key turning in a padlock.
Nice.
Just,
yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I did. Okay, and then
Oh, can you make a wisdom save at the start of your turn, Tarquin? Because you're in that aura.
Of course I can. Let's see.
You have overcome every single fear this combat.
Yep.
All right, he's yours. Go for it.
And you say that.
He's getting beaten down for sure. Rodolfo, you might be able to add the finishing touches. Oh wait, no, never mind.
Tarquin's just like like I'm fed up of your fear, I'm fed up of your lies, and now I just want to go eat some pie as he beats it around the head and then probably just fist through the skull at the end, just like
Brilliant.
Nice.
Finally, as you do that, this fear of this aura around Jingle Jangle disperses once again, and I can. What the? Yes, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
And she quickly takes your hand, Tanwen, and rushes out. This cave isn't mine. These things just got sprouted out of the ground, it seems. You can, as you're running through the hallway, you can see the actual moss flaking away and dispersing rapidly. This entire place seems to be even closing up. And Tanwen, you're feeling the walls closing in around you. This place is crushing in, and Jingle Jangle's like, "Get go!"
I'm right behind you, Jingle Jangle. Keep going.
Yep, we are running.
Do we have Sir Talavar, Xaxx,
Yep.
Rodolfo, Fox?
Everyone, because you're right by the entrance, there's not going to be any rolls for this. You swiftly turn around and make your way out, no problem. If you'd have been deeper into the cave, that would have been an issue. And the fact that you spent an entire action picking up all the keys, Jingle Jangle's not. She's not distracted or holding back. And you guys are able to escape this strange collapsing cavern and make it back out to over here. Oops. Let me get rid of this. Everyone should be on the map again.
We're here twice. I can see us here and I can see us here.
Oh yeah, I didn't need to copy and paste you guys. It's all good. Alright then, there we go. Jingle Jangle jumps in down the ladder just as the last little bit of shadow stuff disperses. Whew.
Wow, that was an adventure.
That was something. Those creatures, they must have. Oh no. My fear of those break-ins. They must have summoned them. I've been locked down here for days.
You definitely need something to eat then. I will give her some of my rations.
She says, "Oh, better yet, I have some key lime pie."
Oh, that sounds really good. I know Tarquin will enjoy that.
Yep. As will
Here,
Xaxx,
everyone.
because Xaxx loves eating. That was literally one of the few things he said. If they're his food, he will eat it.
And one for your little doggy? Here you go.
Yes. Well, Jingle.
Why did they want you so much? They really did not want to let you go.
Well, has Jingle Jangle said there were manifestations, and they even said they needed Jingle Jangle to survive. So maybe they were, you know, how emotion runs strong in the Feywild. Maybe they were feeding off of their fear to reproduce.
They were something like born for me, for my nightmares. They've been, and you can see at this point, by the way, she's got one arm is kind of in a sling, and in fact, here's the artwork for her, and she says,
Everything
"I got." Oh,
disappeared for me. Did it disappear for everybody else?
No.
oh wow, no, it should be
Okay.
good.
But I can't see
Alright.
the image that you're supposed to be sharing.
No, I was closed that just a second ago. All right, hold on. So here's Jingle Jangle, and she says, "I got lynched by those damn brigands the other day, and I've been fearful of them returning ever since. They had clubs and slings. They tried to steal my keys. They got away with my truffles, though. Yes.
Well, we're hoping to deal with them eventually. One way or the other.
You are?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jingle Jangle. We'll be in your debt if you do.
Them and Bavlorna.
In fact, you already are in Jingle Jangle's debt. You saved me from those terrible creatures. If there's anything I can do to repay you,
Well,
Can you tell us anything about where Bavlona is, where we can find her?
Lorna. Oh, slack-jawed Lorna. She lives in the lives in her cottage in Downfall, I believe it's called. That Bullywug village.
yes.
Did
Oh.
you know her before she took over? I can't imagine many people call her slack-jawed now.
Yes, I think she's been around a while. She was one of Zybilna's advisors.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that the case for the other two as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it wasn't
They're like the next in command, I suppose.
So it wasn't necessarily like they just turned up. They worked for her, so they really did, as the Watcher said, mislead her and obviously maybe tricked her into finding a way to replace her. Huh.
You plan on what? Confronting her? Ooh.
We have some things that we intend to recover, and we want to see the rightful queen back upon her throne.
Well, whatever you do, don't make a bargain with her.
That's not the plan. We've seen what her bargains do.
Mm-hmm.
And
I can tell you now. When I went first to her, I swear it was for some reason. I think I had a problem. I came to her with it. She said she would fix it as well, and well, the next day I came back here. And I think my problem was fixed, but ever since, ever since then, I've had an obsession with collecting keys.
I mean, that was not there before.
Nope.
Oh.
Before I had another terrible fear instead. I
What
think
was your
that's
terrible fear before?
okay. So she's gonna make an intelligence save, see if she can remember it,
Okay.
which is actually impressively good. She says, "Well, maybe it's because it was just fresh in my mind just then ago. I had an old fear of locked doors. I was afraid that the brigands were gonna perhaps capture me and lock me up in their hideouts. Yeah, I also had a fear of open spaces. Bit of a long story, but I think that's why I went to her. She
Perhaps
fixed my problem, I guess. I don't have a fear of locked doors anymore. 'Cause look, I've got all these keys.
it seems like perhaps she locked away your fear and in exchange gave you another one. An obsession, perhaps.
Hmm,
But
possibly.
you know a lot about locks and keys.
Dingle Dangle is best locksmith in all of Presmere.
Tarquin reaches into his pocket and pulls out his pocket watch. Do you think you could work out how to unlock this? I've tried for
Ooh.
years.
Let Jingle Jangle see. And
Shows
they
Jingle Jangle.
immediately get to work looking over the craftsmanship. Ooh. Jingle Jangle sees this is magical lock. Don't worry, I have magical key. It only opens one lock at a one lock and then it's done. Now, if it's somewhere around here,
Oh, it opens the
Oh, no.
Talabar's lock.
have you seen a silver key, Mr. Wolf? Oh, Mrs. Wolf?
Mhm. Nope. We didn't see anything. Definitely not.
Oh, oh dear. She suddenly sees the snapped remains of a key on the floor. Well, this shouldn't be here. Oh no, did those brigands snap the only good silver key?
They must have, and they trashed your apartment. Can we help you clean up a little bit? You know, I
Oh,
feel so
well.
guilty about this.
Yes, I should organize this again, shouldn't I? Yes, let's... If you want to do some help around here and clean up the mess, you're welcome to stay. It'll take a while, after all.
I think that our friend Tarquin needs a rest.
Oh,
And I will be happy to help you clean up, to give my friend somewhere safe to rest for a few minutes.
Jingle Jangle will fetch you some blankets. And she starts laying out, some rugs and blankets, and some sackcloth like pillows. She's got some bags of flour that she says you can use as pillows. And yeah, she kind of sets you up for the night after you've cleaned out.
Long rest.
So this will be a long rest eventually. Looking at the time, I just realized that was a good place to sort of wrap up with that as well.
Yeah.
But she's looking around for that key and says, "Oh, and whose cage is this?" And she gestures towards the bird cage. Did this come with you
Well, I
guys?
guess it's yours now.
Maybe
She looks around.
Tarquin sort of looks at the group and it's just like, maybe that's one of the things they were wondering for with your keys. Maybe they needed something to lock this cage.
But hold on a minute. The brigands weren't real. They
Oh,
were part of my fear, weren't they?
that's a good point.
Is there something you're not telling me?
Not that. Tarquin is just like,
Yes.
Tarquin sighs and goes, "Yeah, I have a feeling that whilst I was following after you to try to help, that my friends may have used your key to unlock that cage to free your true savior, Sir Talabar. So it worked out."
Oh. Well, that solves that mystery. So,
That's my
Talabar,
guess, anyway.
your freedom was, paid up front, I guess. Yes, I am still thankful for your being here, and if we hadn't come when we had, goodness knows, it would have been further tortured into your mind. You were a prison in your own mind. I can sympathize with that. But you're fine now, and, well, if you're all safe, I actually must be getting on my way. In fact, there's another debt I have to repay. And he turns to you, Rodolfo. It seems like you've had the most scrutiny over them over the past. They hold out their sheathed sword and they say, "I offer you adage, a faithful little blade that has been by my side for all of this time. It is yours to do with as you wish, or pass it along."
Can I
But I want to
insight check? Is he trying to bribe me?
bribe you. He did promise you. You can go and give me an insight check anyway.
I don't remember what he promised me, to be honest. But that's because I wasn't really paying attention to a lot of what he says.
He seems to be holding up to his word, and that was that he promised to repay you. And it does seem like he's trying to stick to his own honorable code rather than bribe you. I mean, he could have up and left right now if he wanted to. And he's not trying to get anything else out of it. He is simply just giving it to you and says, "The faithful little sword. It's also might be useful in tackling some difficult decision making. So take that as you will."
What does that mean?
Well,
if you a little more detail, if that is okay.
Well, you can ask the blade about some advice, and it might give you an old adage. Hence the name.
I did wonder about that. Well,
Pertaining to the actual situation. Or the next course of action.
right.
So,
Okay. Well, I would accept your gift. I hope you. I wish for you much wisdom in the future without this kind companion. You know, I apologize if I was impolite in my doubts of you, but you know, this is business. And you know, good luck.
So I wholly understand. There are all sorts of miscreants in the Feywild. And my kind are prone to pranking. That is what we do as fairy dragons. In fact, I could have said something like, "Haha, I'm free! Finally! Time to wreak havoc." No, I wouldn't. But no, this has been a wondrous journey. I'm so thankful for your timely arrival. Or, pardon my rudeness, I should say, your, what should I say? Instead of thanking, I meant to say I'm appreciative of your timely rescue. Now, speaking of people you can trust, if you're heading to Downfall, which it does seem as though you are, be warned, those bullywugs are backstabbing bastards. But there is one faithful bullywug still left in there that I wouldn't question. My faith in her has... Well, it nearly got me... It got me out in the first place. And her name is not Wigglewog. That was the other one. Her name is Morgott. Morgott the Bullywug. She's like me, a knight of code and honor. If you find her, she's the one you can trust.
Morgott the Bollywog, thank you for sharing that information. Are you sure you don't want to wait until in the morning to leave out? Do you need to leave out in the dark?
I am... Well, it's not dark out there, it's twilight.
time doesn't seem. The sun hasn't moved the entire time we've been here.
That's true. I'm sorry, I forgot that.
Yeah. Speaking of times, though, Satalavar,
Yes,
as I assume you're going back to your court to report.
indeed.
This might be pushing it, but I would love to meet Titania and maybe give them a performance one day. Maybe even invite them to the Witchlight Carnival. I think they'd enjoy it.
That seems delightful. I'll put in a good word.
Yeah, from one monarch to another, I suppose.
Yes. Brilliant. Well, I'm sure we'll be seeing each other soon.
It was nice. It was nice meeting you, Sir Talavar. We wish you all the very best.
It has been an honor, and I should cherish our time together. But my duty called.
Tarquin considers this, and then because it just feels like the right thing, he pulls out the deck of playing cards. Pick a card, any card. I feel like you've earned it.
Oh, I don't mind if I do. This one. What am I rolling? A D30?
Well, you've got the rollable table for playing cards, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, right. Let's have a little look here. Playing cards. Roll.
If it ends up being a red card, and
Ace of Spades, baby! Score.
Seems appropriate. I don't know why.
There it is.
Yep.
I feel free, and this card is the top cat.
Indeed.
Winning card, and I feel like $1,000,000. Well, thank you all again. And he twizzles his little mustache and flaps his wings once more. Takes one last chivalrous bow to all of you, and begins heading up the ladder through the open hole. All right, and
Well,
with that, I
that's
think
the end of that.
Mhm.
Was he supposed to do something for us?
He
If I can't remember. I'm so tired.
essentially for freeing him, he offered you his sword. That was pretty much it.
That's pretty much it.
And
Oh, well.
to be honest, he helped us out in there, and he's helped us out in a few of the fights with his breath. So I feel that he's more than done what he needs to do. And maybe by heading back to Titania, maybe the Summer Court will get involved and try to help him somewhere or another.
Well, we shall see.
Mm.
He flicks the little blade back and forth. I don't know that it was worth it. We wouldn't even be here without his needing to rescue him. But well, whatever. He's done. What's done, he's done.
True, but if we hadn't rescued him, we wouldn't have this delicious pie, and we wouldn't have met Jingle Jangle.
The pie is excellent. This is true.
No. And
Yeah, I've got some more slices if you want. Let me go
yes,
get a big
please.
one. Okay. Here we go. Key lime pie for everyone.
Yum.
And Tarquin's gonna lay down on the stuff to start to rest, as he is quite battered, exhausted, and it'd be nice to get at least my speed back to normal, even if I will still have a disadvantage on all ability checks.
Spending time here after a while cleaning up, and you rest down, you would all gain the benefits of a long rest.
Yay.
And so you can mark that on your sheet before we end tonight's session.
Oh, thank the Lord.
Bye, Nox. I don't know where you go. So many Noxes on the screen.
I have no idea how to get rid of the wolf one. Oh.
Okay.
Thank
There
you.
you go.
And Xaxx is now no longer exhausted.
And level up?
And no, sadly not. Although this feels like a good milestone, Jingle Jangle does go ahead and offer you some extra little trinkets here and there as she's cleaning up. She's like, "Oh, that's a good one. You know what? Why don't you hold on to that one?" But I'll distribute all those another time because it is a little bit late.
Yeah.
And you're going to probably ask some more questions
Yeah.
about Jingle Jangle's interactions with Bavlorna. So there's a good place to end. We'll sign off here. Thank you very much for playing, and thanks very much for any watchers.
Yeah.
Go have yourself a key lime pie. Delicious stuff.
And join us tomorrow, assuming all my players are here, for What Lies Beneath. And on Friday for the Roll for Story Diamond Soul campaign, and then again next Sunday for the next part of this, where we, at the moment, the only thing I can think of is that we'll be heading towards Downfall via the Brigands Tollway. Because I don't know how else we'll get there.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
bye for now.
Bye.